બીજું કોઈકનું માઇક કોણ
ના હજી તો નહીં ચાલુ કર્યું. કર્યું કે વાળ. એ તો યાદ જ નહીં રહ્યું. લિંક આપો ને હું મને શેર કરું. મને કહો પછી હું બ્લુટૂથ ચાલુ કરું. બરાબર કયું બધું છે આમાં છે
કોઈને એકને ખાલી હમણાં વોટ્સઅપ કરો ને આપણે ચેક કરીએ.
ગ્રુપમાં કર્યું છે તું ચેક કરજે. ખાલી આપણા ગ્રુપમાં તારે એમએચએન ના
બરાબર યુટ્યુબ પર થઈ ગયું છે
ને
બરોબર વિડીયો આવે છે એક મિનિટ ચેક કરી લો બરોબર એમાં તો લેટ જ આવશે
મજા આવે
Hello. हाँ Priya, is it audible? Speakers only here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So, हाँ पढ़ सकते Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, also. Am I audible? Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello.
Audible.
Okay. We are going to start the sessions shortly.
Yes, please. After. हाँ.
Hello. Good morning, all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Priya.
Think with vision, act with precision, achieve with innovation. As every meaningful discovery begins with the courage to imagine and the commitment to create. A very good morning to everyone present here. With immense pleasure and great pride, I, Ms. Priya Patel, MSc Nursing Tutor, Sumandeep Nursing College, extend a warm and cordial welcome to respected principal ma'am, respected speakers, faculty members, students, and all the participants joining us for today's national level workshop on innovation and funding in the era of AI for advancing healthcare research organized by ISRB Community. Sumandeep Nursing College, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. Innovation has become the driving force behind transforming healthcare, while artificial intelligence is revolutionizing research with intelligent data analysis, predictive modeling, and evidence generation. At the same time, adequate funding opportunities and intellectual property protection are essential to translate innovative ideas into impactful healthcare solutions. Today's workshop has been thoughtfully designed to provide valuable insights into these emerging dimensions of healthcare research. We sincerely thank every participant for joining us and making this academic gathering meaningful. Keynote address serves as the guiding vision of any academic program. It highlights the significance of the theme, inspires participants, and provides direction for the sessions that follow. Before inviting ma'am to deliver the keynote address, I would like to briefly highlight ma'am's distinguished academic and professional credentials. Hello.
Yes, that's
Ma'am has been serving as PhD supervisor at Sumandeep Vidyapeeth and Adesh University, is a validator, examiner, and reviewer for PhD nursing research across universities, member of research, IQAC, and anti-ragging committees. Ma'am has also been reviewer for national journals, presenter at national and international conferences. She holds copyrights, published book chapters, and papers in reputed journals. Ma'am has organized and led international, national, and state level workshops, resource person for various universities across India. While talking about projects, Ma'am is also finalist in Gujarat Government Hackathon 2022. She has served as a mentor under the Student Startup and Innovation Policy, that is SSIP 2025 grant of the Government of Gujarat, and is currently serving as a co-investigator for a project funded by the Indian Council of Social Science Research, that is ICSSR 2026. She is also associated with government universities as an external research member, contributing to research activities at Veer Narmad South Gujarat University and Sri Govind Guru University. Ma'am had also been former nurse lecturer at KPJ University, Malaysia, involved in franchise teaching programs of UK, Australia, and Middle Eastern exchange programs, BLS trainer for Bangladesh government courses, TOT certified in simulation by IMC. It's my great privilege to invite respected Dr. Anita Prakasham ma'am, Principal, Sumandeep Nursing College, to deliver a keynote address for today's workshop. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Priya. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Fine, thank you. Respected chief guests, distinguished speakers, faculty members, researchers, healthcare professionals, dear students and participants across India. Good morning all. I welcome you all for this national level e-workshop on innovation funding in the era of advancing healthcare research. I sincerely thank each one of you for joining us today to explore one of the most important aspects of modern healthcare, innovation supported by quality research and sustainable funding. So in the healthcare era today, there are a lot of unprecedented phases happening, like emerging diseases are there, technological advancement, artificial intelligence, digital health, and precision in medicine and changing the patient expectations, demand innovation solutions. So which made us to find something new and which needs to know about this clinical practice, education and public health and healthcare policy. However, innovation alone is not enough. Every innovative idea requires scientific validation, ethical contact, collaboration, financial support, so which will give meaningful outcome for this healthcare sector. So regarding funding, we are going to discuss a lot. Dr. Ramesh going to discuss with us. So regarding funding, happy note to share here. We, Sumandeep Nursing College, we four, investigators, we got the fund from ICSSR. So that fund really meaningful for us. The reason is, so the fund is all about sickle cell. Regarding that fund, we got it. So we went to the very remote places and we have found a lot of opportunity to find the young little children. So they do not know, they have no aware of it, what is sickle cell and this impact and complications and all. But this fund really made us to go to the reach out this unreachable community to do the wonder and changes in their life. For nursing profession, this presents tremendous opportunities, and as well nurses are uniquely positioned to identify healthcare program and develop patient-centered interventions, improve quality of care, lead evidence-based practice. So this workshop has been thoroughly designed to provide participation in practical insights into research proposal, how to do research proposal, and how to approach this funding opportunities, and understand the grant writing, leveraging the artificial intelligence in research, how to use this AI to find a fund, and how to write a research articles, and as well how to write an article in IPR related, publication strategies and research commercialization. So the expertise we'll share today with that distinguished research persons will certainly inspire all of you with beyond the conventional boundaries today. As a researcher, we must remember that successful research is not measured merely by publication. That's very true. So whatever you found in your research, you have to publish the article, and as well you must know how to improve the patient outcome and how it will influence the policy and how to make policy in the hospital setup. This will strengthen this healthcare system, and as well this will enhance the quality of life of the communities we serve. So I encourage every participants to actively engage in today's session and ask questions, exchange your ideas, and build collaborative networks. And the knowledge gained today should motivate us to develop high quality research proposals that will attract the funding and as well contribute meaningfully to this healthcare innovation. So I personally congratulate this ISRB department, organizing committee and faculty members, all those who have worked tirelessly to organize this national e-workshop. So your dedication to promote research excellence is truly commendable. I thank the team. I extend my sincere gratitude to our university leadership and distinguished speakers and all the participants for this valuable presence and continued support. Fine. I wish this workshop to be a grand success, and I wish all the speakers will provide a deliberately wonderful session. It will give impact to all the participants today. So thank you for this opportunity and all the best and do well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring keynote address. Your inspiring words have set a wonderful tone for today's workshop and reminded us of the true purpose of coming together, which is to learn, to share, and to grow. Your words have not only motivated us, but have also instilled a renewed sense of purpose in every participant. We sincerely appreciate your heartfelt address. Next, moving on to the first session of today. Artificial intelligence has transformed healthcare research by enabling advanced and data analytics, predictive modeling, and automation, personalized healthcare, and evidence-based decision making. AI continues to reshape the future of academic research and healthcare innovation. It is indeed an honor to introduce our distinguished speaker. Before inviting Sir to the virtual podium, I would like to read out Sir's credentials. Sir is a mechanical engineer and PhD scholar with over 6 years of academic experience, currently working on fault diagnosis of rotating machines using machine learning techniques. Sir has strong CAD, CAM expertise with hands-on experience in Autodesk Inventor, MATLAB, that is ISRO, SAC, SolidWorks, Siemens NX, and certifications in PTC, CREO 2.0 and MATLAB, Vanderbilt University. Sir possesses excellent project and research leadership skills with proven record in engineering, problem solving, project management, event coordination, and entrepreneurship development. Sir is an advocate for ethical AI in research, focusing on adopting and promoting advanced AI tools to enhance research productivity and innovation. To guide us to this fascinating area, I respectfully invite Dr. Harish Devjani sir to deliver his session on AI-driven next-generation academic healthcare research. Over to you, sir.
First of all, thank you so much for the full introduction. Audible to you?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you, Nursing College, for inviting me, and the organizing committee as well, for inviting me to such e-workshop, wherein I can interact with a lot of researchers and dignitaries from various institutes. So I'll start with my presentation. I'll share my screen. Just give me a minute. I hope English will be comfortable to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I start, I'll just make a disclaimer, just like a movie, that today I'm not here to convince all of you that artificial intelligence is important or no. This discussion is already over. AI has become a part of our daily lives. Though instead of answering this thing that AI is important or not, we're focusing on much more practical aspect, how AI can be used to help us become better researchers without compromising scientific integrity. I think that is an important thing as far as AI in research is concerned. And so by the end of the day, our goal is not to use AI, rather than our goal is to conduct better research. And with that thing in keeping in mind, I'll start my session. Uh, I'll try to make this session as much as possible. First question to you would be pretty simple. How many AI tools have you used for research? I want everyone to please drop a message in the chat box. I do have the access to the chat box, so I will be able to see your answers. And I can understand what audience I am catering with. So, as far as the research is concerned, how many tools you have used? I hope most of you might have been dealing with ChatGPT daily for a variety of tasks. Might have seen 2, 3 other AI tools, or if you have used more than 5 AI tools, I think I do have a quite great audience today. Can I get some answers in the chat box? Okay, perfect. ChatGPT, NoteGPT, Canva AI. Great. Okay, 2 to 3. Fine. So usually when I ask this question, I see most of participants fall in the first category, wherein they are using ChatGPT. A few of them, they have experimented with variety of tools, as you can see in the chat box. They had deal with ChatGPT, maybe Perplexity, uh, mm, DeepSeek. Some of you, Canva AI. I can see a lot of people. Claude, yes, that's nice. And this is where our journey stops. This is what we have seen in terms of AI tools. That is perfectly normal because these tools receive most of the attention in all the social media and every place. So we get to know about these tools. However, as far as the research is concerned, it involves much more than just a chatbot to write paragraphs. So I will keep today's objective very simple. I'm going to introduce you to 4 tools that address 4 major research challenges. That is the beginning of the journey to using AI tools for research, and that will help you to make the research workflow significantly much more efficient. Now, before moving to the tools directly, I'll cover just a bit of idea about how this thing has worked. So, if you look back 10 years, maybe a decade ago, the research was fairly a linear process. We searched the databases manually, Google, PubMed, and all those things. We downloaded papers individually. We created Excel sheets wherein we used to log on all the research, the information about the research papers for literature reviews. We managed the references manually. We repeated the same writing and formatting tasks over and over again. Today, the fundamentals has changed. Today, the bottleneck is no longer the access to information. We all have really good access to a variety of information. The major issue is making sense out of that information. Every day, we see 1,000 of papers are published. No researchers can realistically read every paper in their field. And this is where AI becomes valuable. Not because it can replace the reading, but it can help us in prioritizing what should be preferred, what should be prioritized. So instead of dealing with AI tools or AI as such as a research assistant, which can work 24 hours a day, uh, I want you to think of it as a team of researchers who are working with different responsibilities altogether. So, what I mean to say is, usually when we talk about chatbots or when we talk about AI tools, the first thing that comes into our mind is which AI tool is the best. I would say there isn't any one. There is only the best AI tool for a particular task. So before jumping into the 4 tools that I'm going to cover today, I have made a quick list of a variety of tools which I have seen people have already written in the chat that they have used. So I'll just highlight about what they are being used and what they are at excellent, like what is their efficiency or proficiency, I would say. So let's briefly look at these tools. Starting with ChatGPT, the most common one. It is good for brainstorming. It is good for structuring ideas, coding, and journal writing. However, the main thing that we should keep in mind is it can hallucinate. It can generate fake references. That is one of the most common thing I have seen in past few presentations of mine. There are many researchers who have submitted the paper, but their papers were rejected because the references were not genuine. Why? They were generated by ChatGPT. So ChatGPT can hallucinate. That is the biggest weakness of ChatGPT. Talking about Gemini, Gemini is again it's backed up by Google, so it performs well with long documents. It has large context videos, and it has integrated with Google Workspace. Uh, it is best used for long reports. Claude, yes, it has the best writing qualities as of now. So I can see few people have mentioned they have used Claude. So it produces natural language, it maintains logical flows. It is useful for refining manuscripts and responding to reviewer comments as well. However, it comes up with very smaller free quota. You can see after a few prompts, it exhausts. Talking about DeepSeek, DeepSeek is a model which is backed up by China. It competes with ChatGPT a lot. It has a capable reasoning model. It performs well with programming and analytical tasks, but it has less mature ecosystem. So sometimes the response that you're getting out of DeepSeek, they are biased to certain perspective. Talking about Perplexity, I can see a few people have used Perplexity as well. And today also I'm going to discuss about it. It is not basically a writing assistant. It is an intelligent research search engine. So it searches the web in real time, provides citations. It is ideal for exploring the current evidence. Um, and then we have Notebook LM. Again, it's a really good thing which have come up in recent time. It has helped the academicians as well as the researcher a lot. It can search the Google. I have written it that its best strength is it can give up the data from your uploaded documents only. So the sources are the document that you have uploaded. I'll discuss this tool in detail later in the session. So it makes it an excellent knowledge management tool. However, there is a weakness. If you go to search the web in case of Notebook LM, it can search everything which is mostly unverified. So you'll be using it for literature synthesis. So out of these tools, I'll be explaining some in today's session, and I'll take two more extra tools today. So a total of 4 I'm going to cover today. And so let's start with the session and see. Let's start with the tools and see how it's going to work. In healthcare, we know that we rarely rely on one specialist. So we have this golden rule, which I always say that. There are certain things that we should keep in our mind, that what tasks a machine should do, and what tasks should be given to human being. Right. So AI, it can be used it can be used for a lot of tasks, but it cannot replace researchers. It can accelerate the speed of researchers. So AI can be used to automate the repetitive work. It can use to search vast databases. It can be used to organize unstructured data. It can be used to summarize the text volumes. But what things we cannot rely on AI is the critical thinking, the ethical frameworks, the interpretation, and the scientific decisions. This has to be taken by a researcher, and this is what has been the role of researchers in recent time. They have to focus on critical thinking rather than doing the repetitive work. And this is what I call as a golden rule for cognitive revision. So earlier we have seen that after the ChatGPT became popular, we have used ChatGPT for everything. So think of it as a complex patient. He can be seen by a physician, he can be seen by a surgeon, radiologist, cardiologist, pathologist, physiotherapist. Everyone has a different purpose. Everyone has a different perspective. Similarly, the research is also quite similar. Instead of depending on one AI tool or maybe two, three AI tools, we have to divide our work. We have to use one tool for identifying the research questions. We have to use another to organize the knowledge. We have to allow the machines to perform repetitive works. However, we reserve the human intelligence for interpretation, creativity, ethical judgment, and innovation that I said earlier. So, before I jump into the tools that I'm going to explain today, I just wanted to think of this thing that we should not ask this question, which AI tool is the smartest or which AI tool is the best. Instead, we should keep in mind by the today's session or even after that is which AI is the right specialist for a particular task. That small change in this outlook can improve our quality and efficiency of the research. Now that we have understood this thing, let's jump into how this thing works in practice. So I'll be covering all the tools in today's session based on the challenge faced as a researcher. So I'll start with the first challenge, which I think every person as a researcher faces, that what should I research? Right. Every successful research project, it begins with one thing, a good research question. Unfortunately, this is where many researchers spend most of the time. We often start with broad ideas like in case of healthcare, it can be related to diabetes, patient safety, infection control, pressure injuries, or nursing education. These are some popular topics. These topics, with these are topics, these are not research questions. The challenge is identifying what is already known and more importantly, what is still unknown. Traditionally, what we used to do is used to search various databases like PubMed, Google Scholar. Maybe we'll review some guidelines. We'll spend several days reading papers before concluding to whether a research gap exists or not. Now, this is where AI comes into picture. AI can significantly accelerate this process. It can not help us design the research question directly, but it can help us explore the landscape much faster. So this is where I'll introduce the first tool, which I think many of you have already used, Perplexity. I'm just reiterating the thing which you have already known. So unlike ChatGPT, which primarily generates responses from its trained knowledge, machine learning knowledge, Perplexity searches the current web and recent literature while citing its sources. So this behaves more like a research assistant than a chatbot. And what I'll do is I'll take a quick demo and help you in understanding how this thing actually works. So let me go to Perplexity screen. Just a minute. I already opened this. I'll just okay. So I'll use a prompt and I will see how Perplexity can be used to generate, get some idea about what are things which are actually prevailing in the research. Topics related to. So I just identified a random topic. You can try it with your own research topics and see if it is generating the correct references published after 2023, where current evidence include recent references. So that it can generate the responses. Hope it works. Perplexity takes a bit of time because it is searching the net in a real time, but it comes up with good results. Now, if you see what I have done over here is this thing I think I'll be covering later on in detail also. So what I have done over here is I am restricting the 23. Then I am specifying a specifically nursing research topics. I'm asking for research gaps. Now, you can see it has given me some topics. Then, in the response, I want you to notice some of the things. First, it provides citations. So for each of the priority topics, it has come up with a link, right? Then it identifies areas where evidence remains, or it is inconsistent, or it is insufficient. So it has searched those papers where there are still research can be done. These are the exact places where new research can be done. However, what I would suggest is, as a researcher, never copy these suggestions directly into your protocol. Um, Treat them as a starting point. Open the cited papers, read them properly, validate whether the gap actually exists or not. This is an important thing. So initially searching all the things and no coming up to a research topic wherein you can begin your literature review. That can be easily done with Perplexity AI. It can accelerate your entire search process. However, scientific judgment still depends on you, that you have to use. And this is how Perplexity can do a lot of things. It can help you in accelerating your research process. One useful tip, which I also follow, is asking Perplexity additional questions after this. For instance, what are the limitations? Let me do it. If it is working. What are the limitations repeatedly reported in recent studies? So this will question himself, like whether whatever response they have given, it is valid or not, or whether they have to dig more into these responses, and then it will come up with more answers, more specific answers. So this is an important thing that you always practice, that I will ask a lot of questions, because before coming into a conclusion, that this is a topic that we can move forward with. So this single prompt often generates multiple research ideas, because limitations in published work become opportunities for. You can see they have given repeated limitations. A bit of them, they are, quite generic, like small and unpowered samples. This is a common limitation seen. It's there in all the papers. So there, we cannot do much about it. Similarly, single center or narrow setting design, this is common in many of the paper. But you will find something like confounding by delirium, sedation, pain, and illness severity. So this is where you can see some specific limitations which can be worked upon. So this way, I think Perplexity can help you in identifying good research tools and identify where should I research and how should I start my research. Now let's assume that you have already identified a possible research gap. The next question, or next challenge that we have is, have we found all the important literatures related to this? So one of the biggest misconceptions that researchers have, including me, is searching a particular database using a few keywords will help us in retrieving all the important papers. In it never does so. We still had to search the papers. We had to search a variety of databases to get into all the research papers that are there in the research field. Because different users, they use different terminologies. There are some inflation papers that may even not appear in the initial search, and sometimes we even don't know what researchers are working in our field. So this is where my second tools come into picture, which is Research Rabbit, which I'm going to cover today. So it's an incredibly useful tool. I often describe it as Google Map for scientific literature. So instead of giving you a list of paper, it shows relationship between the research which has been carried out. So imagine you have identified one excellent research paper on ICU anxiety. Now, rather than starting another keyword search, we can directly upload the paper into Research Rabbit and we can see what happened. So I'll show you a demo over here also, like how it can be helpful. Okay. Mhm. I'll search about ICU anxiety. I already logged in so that we can save time in the session. You can either log in here using your Gmail ID, or you can use temporary ID also to create an account onto this platform. Yes, so I have created a project. Now I can search anything. So let me search nursing inter. I either I can go for a paper also. So I do have certain papers which I think I'll try to. So before the session, I had downloaded a few papers on a random topic. If I can copy that and see, yes. So I have this topic with me and I'll search it. So what it will do is just searching a topic, it will comes up with me, it brings me a paper of 2019, which is about music therapy and how it reduces stress and anxiety in critically ill patients. It's a systematic review. So this paper is already there, right? So let's say you have found an initial paper wherein you found a research gap. So I'll go to this paper and I'll dig deeper. So now I get this kind of chart in Research Rabbit. Now this is a really interesting chart, really interesting chart. I'll try to explain you what this thing is all about. So you can see this is my paper where I started. This paper has referenced two papers. One is by Sklant 2013 and second is by Su 2013. Now this paper is being referenced by other papers, which is connected over here. Similarly, this paper is referenced by other papers. So that way I get the entire network of the citations. This entire Research Rabbit works on citations, right? Though this paper might have taken other references as well, Research Rabbit was able to identify two references correctly, so it has given me a network of two papers. But it has developed the rest of the network, and this entire thing comes up with, see, you can see either it is recently published papers or more citations. So the higher the paper is, it has high number of citations, and on the more writer side, it is a recent paper. So they have papers till 2020. Again, I had taken a example of a random paper. If you find a specific paper, we can generate the entire, the graph of all the research which has been carried out in this specific field in which you are working. Now, since we have a limited time, I won't go much into how this thing can help and what all other things you can do with Research Rabbit, but I really want you to explore this tool. This is a wonderful tool. I'll just brief you with some of the things that can be done. So this is paper I have selected. Again, I'll select this paper. Okay, this will take me to the paper where it is available. I can also create a network from this paper again. So you can see another network has been created. I can also go to the authors. So if I click on the authors, all the papers of this particular author will come into picture, right? And where they are being cited or who is citing those papers. Right. That way I can build up a network. I can know what researchers are working in a particular field, what are the papers which are being done, which are being cited, mostly cited in this particular field. So that way Research Rabbit can actually help you in completing a lot of research tasks very easily. So let me give you a simple example. What I want you to try. Suppose you are going to do a research on a specific topic. Let's say pressure injury prevention. What you need to do is you need to search one review paper or research paper which is most influential, which comes up top in the list of the search database. Now, if you upload that research paper or the title of that research paper onto Research Rabbit, it reveals the related trials, new studies which have been carried out, foundational work, leading research papers, leading research groups, even the researchers. So this reduces your chances of missing the important work which have already been done. So I have read it somewhere and I feel it is true that good researchers, they search papers. The great researchers, they discover research networks. And this is where Research Rabbit can help you in identifying great research networks. So we have seen how to find a research topic, how to find research papers. Finding papers is only the half the work. Next comes the difficult part, which is understanding them, which brings me to the next tool that I'm going to discuss. So, I think this question might be there with everyone, or this thing everyone might have faced. Like, have you ever opened a research paper and read the methodology section and think that you might have got this thought that I have absolutely no idea what this particular methodology means or what this term actually means. No, I have felt it at a lot of places because when we are dealing with research, every new day a good term comes and we don't know the meaning of that term. So healthcare research, similarly, it involves advanced statistics, machine learning, survival analysis, mixed method designs, technical terminologies. And reading these papers, it can be really nice, specifically for people who are dealing with research. I have used it a lot of places at a lot of time. So the idea is very simple. I just need to upload my paper, highlight any sentence, any paragraph, or any technical term, and it will give me the meaning of that term. I can even ask questions. For example, I can ask what a particular score means or why the logistic regression is being used in this paper or explain a particular figure. I can ask this simple question. It will give me in various, depending on the type of understanding, it can give me various answers. So before, instead of trying to explain you in like in brief, I would just quickly show you the demo of this tool. Let me share that particular window. It's an explain paper. Okay, recent consumption. I think we'll have to. I'll try to log in using a temporary mail. Okay, login is done. I'll just upload a paper. I can click to browse, or I can let me upload it from here. I already have paper, and let me upload it. So you can take any paper. You just need to create an account onto this Explain paper. It's free of cost. It has certain limits. All the tools that I'm talking today or I'm covering today, they are free of cost. They are freemium. They comes up with certain limit. Over here, you can upload, I think, 3 or 4 papers per day, and you can have up to 20 to 25 queries per day. But that is more than enough in understanding the paper. So, for example, yes, I got this paper. Oh, I thought it is in different language. No, it is there in English, and there lot of it has a lot of things. I'll just move forward to a random place where I need to understand. So no, this is quite common. Hmm. So just for an example, I'll take this two-pair t-test. Right. I just clicked on this, and on the right side, it has appeared, and it is asking me for the understanding level. Now, what is this understanding level? It is asking me the level in which I want the answer. I can have an answer like a 5-year-old person. You can see. I can have an answer like a middle schooler. I can have an answer like a high schooler, an undergrad, a graduate, or an expert. So let me keep it to an undergrad, and I'll ask this to explain me this two-pair test. So I don't have to go anywhere, and it will just explain me what this pair test is, and it is also explain me in the context of the study where it was used. So it is not going to tell you what this particular topic means. It is also going to tell you in this study why it was used. What is the interesting part over here, which I feel, and especially for explain paper, is I can ask follow-up questions. So let's say I will ask, what are the other tests which can be used? So again, apart from t-test, it has given me 3 tests. I can have a different research based on different types of tests. If the methodology is 10, you can have a different research entirely, and then you can compare the results. So this way we can have a lot of varieties of research just by understanding, just by carrying the variations in what are the things which are available and how we can change the results. Okay, with this, I'll uh, move on to the final tool, which I think again most of you have already used. So yes, before I jump onto the next and a final tool for today is one word of disclaimer. Use explain paper to understand the papers, but do not avoid reading them. AI can simplify our concepts. It can help us understand very well, but it should not replace the reading of original article. You should always read your articles properly. Now, let's say with all these things, we have collected 30 to 40 papers. We have understood the papers. We have read the papers. But how can we combine all the information together? Right. This is where my final tools come into picture. That is, uh, notebook L. So let's say you had downloaded 10 systematic reviews, 15 clinical trials, WHO guidelines, and your own protocol, everything. You can upload everything into Notebook LM, and instead of reading every document from beginning to end, you can ask the questions directly. Let's say I won't waste much of the time in explaining you this. I'll just quickly show you what I use this for. Right. So this is I already opened this Notebook LM interface. You can simply log in. It takes only your Google account to open it. I have a pro version right now from a different account. You can have a simple version also. It offers good, features with simple version as well. Or a pro version is being available with Google One right now. It was free of cost for I think 16 months or something. So I'll add the resources. I already have some papers which I have downloaded. So I'll just drop those papers over here. And all these papers will appear on the left hand side. See. So I got a topic, I got a random topic. I have searched Google Scholar for that topic. I found all the papers, whether they are relevant or not, or everything. And I just dropped it over here. Now, once by the time being these sources are being uploaded, I'll just type a question. What papers talk about nurse-led interventions? Okay, so meanwhile, these 2, 3 papers also get uploaded. Then what it does is, whatever questions you are being asked, I have given these 11 sources, the 11 papers which I uploaded. So it will search these 11 papers only, nothing else. It is not going to search Google or anything. It will search these 11 sources and give me answers based on these 11 sources. So let's say you're supposed to, let's say you have read the paper, you have understood the paper. Now you want to find out the themes, key research themes, or you want to find out a particular paper has talked about a particular method, or a set of papers have talked about a particular method, but you're not able to find out which papers. So in that case, Notebook LM can be really good. In all these papers, it can help me in identifying where this particular method was being used in which paper. It is taking, okay, it is done. You can see my topic was related to music therapy outcomes in intensive care patients. This is a very old topic, I know. I was just trying to show a demo, so I had taken this topic. So what it will do is it will go to my uploads, it will read the chapters, and no, it will give me the answers about the specific studies where these nursing-led practices were being used. Now, this I have taken an example with only 11 sources. You can have up to 20. I think it allows up to 50. In the free version, it allows up to 50 papers. In paid version, it allows up to 200 papers. So it has given me all the papers out of these wherein nursing intervention was being used. So I don't have to read all the papers, and it also comes up with the number of the paper, right, where they have used. In fact, it is pointing to the specific paragraph also, so I can view the source. And on the left side, it will give the source where this has been used. So it has highlighted over here. So this way, I can combine variety of information all together using Notebook LM and use it for my research. Again, before I end up, remember Notebook LM is not replacing the critical thinking. It is reducing time to organize and retrieve information. And so that I have solved the 4 common research challenges. The complete workflow would be something like this, wherein I'll use Perplexity to find the research gap, discover the important literature using Research Rabbit, understand the research paper using Explain paper, and compile everything using Notebook LM. This is something which I have made it for today's session. Now we can have a variety of things. Why? Because beyond today's session, right, I have intentionally demonstrated only 4 tools, considering the time for today's session. There are many more tools which are available. It's not like only 4 AI tools are there. The AI landscape is evolving at a very high pace, and every few months new tools appear. So we have to be updated about it. And there are a variety of research tools which can be used for a variety of purposes. This is just a small list that we can use. And moving forward, in any case, what we need to remember is okay, I'll just skip this because we are running out of time. So I'll just cover one more topic before ending the session today. One of the biggest misconceptions about AI is that better tools automatically produce better results. No, it's not correct. It's like AI can be considered as an interviewing an expert. So if I ask vague questions, I'll receive vague answers. Like if I task like write a literature review on pressure injuries, no, it is not going to give me a correct answer. I had to be very specific, right? I have to give them the persona, context, task, and output. This is the 4 important things of prompt that I always emphasize in while using any of the AI tool. So what I would ask is, first of all, I'll set up a persona wherein I'll give a role to the AI tool. You are an experienced nursing researcher. I have given a role. Then I'll give an context. Review the evidence published in 2021 regarding pressure injury prevention in ICU patient. This is context. Then third, I'll give a task. Identify recurring findings, conflicting evidence, methodological limitations, and research gaps. Final, I'll give an output. That is present the output as a table. So what kind of format I want as an output. So when we use this kind of prompts, we'll see that the output is totally changed. And that is an important thing to understand, that whenever you are using any of the AI tool, make sure you focus on the type of prompt also. The next thing, I think annotation is on, so somebody is trying to do it on screen. Anyways, please try to avoid this thing. Finally, coming to the end of the session where AI is taking this healthcare research. So we are currently using AI tools as primarily as an assistant. However, in next few years, AI will become something much more powerful. Instead of answering, individual questions, AI agents, which are being in development right now, they'll complete the entire workflow. So just imagine you will give a research question, it will search the latest literature, it will identify the research gaps, it will suggest an appropriate study design, draft the protocol, recommend statistical methods, suggest journals, even prepare responses to reviewers after submission. There are many of the capabilities which are already there, but they are in the early forms. However, one important thing, as AI becomes more capable, the value of human researchers will actually increase. You may think like what I'm saying might not be correct, but the reason is AI cannot define meaningful clinical problems. It cannot understand emotions, ethics, and social context. It cannot replace empathy. It cannot replace scientific curiosity. It cannot replace responsibility. So research will always require human judgment, which is then going to be an important tool. And that is a thing which we need to keep in mind. And obviously, a responsible use is one of the things which I always emphasize in all of my sessions. So we do have ethical responsibilities, not only to journals, but also to patients, participants, and society. AI should never become a shortcut for scientific integrity. We have to always verify the references before citing them. Even the best AI tools occasionally generate incorrect or fabricated citations. We had to validate the statistical interpretations. We should never upload confidential patient information. This is something which you already know, so I'm not going to discuss them much. But the thing is, we should use AI to improve our efficiency, not to outsource our accountability. This is an important thing. And that is what defines ethical AI assisted research. So to end the session, I think I'm also done with the time. So I'll just briefly cover up with 3 take-home sessions. The first one is, don't use one AI. You can build up an AI research team. So when many people begin exploring AI, they search the best AI tool. I want you to think in a way about building a small team of digital assistant. The same way we collaborate with our colleagues having different expertise, we should learn to collaborate with AI tools that have different strengths. Second, use AI to save time, not to replace thinking. Right. Uh, the third and the most important, the biggest advantage of AI is not faster writing. That is what ChatGPT do. It's giving you more time to think as a scientist, right? As a researcher. So if AI can take over repetitive cognitive tasks, we give something far more variable than efficiency. We get the time to be creative, and creative remains one of the most human aspect of research. So with that note, I'll just end up the session today. In the last hour, we have explored how AI can support researchers from identifying research problem to organizing knowledge and improving scientific writing. No, today's session was not about softwares or AI tools, but because AI tools, they emerge and they change every day. Some of the tools I show today may look differently in next year. So what the things I have discussed, it is more important that we had to choose the right tool for the right task. We had to ask better questions. We had to validate the AI generated information, and we had to use the technology responsibility. Um, I would encourage everyone to start experimenting after today's session. Go to the tools that we have discussed, even search more tools, and even one a participant save a few hours by using these tool. This workshop would be a really great success. Thank you once again, everyone, even the organizers, for inviting me today, and thank you all of you for your participation in the session. Now, if you have questions for today's workshop, or if you're interested in discussing research ideas, collaborations, and applications in healthcare research, please feel free to contact with me through the email address or LinkedIn profile I have given on the slide. I would be happy to continue the conversation beyond today's session. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I would like to take it now. Thank you.
If any participants have any questions, you can ask sir, or you can drop your questions in the chat box. If you have any questions, you can ask sir, or you can drop your questions in the chat box. Thank you so much, sir, for taking us beyond the boundaries of conventional thinking and introduce us to the limitless possibilities which AI gives us for healthcare research facilities. Your
Thank you.
passion for innovation was truly inspiring, and practical demonstration helped us to embrace change with confidence and curiosity. We sincerely appreciate your time and your invaluable contribution to this workshop. Next, moving on to the next session regarding cornerstone of grant success. Research ideas become more meaningful when we have received appropriate funding support. Understanding grant writing, funding priorities, proposal development, and strategies securing for competitive grants forms the cornerstone of every research project. I would like to take a moment to present the credentials of Sir. Ramesh Chandra Sir, Professor and Head Department of Medical Surgical Nursing, Sri Ramchandra Faculty of Nursing, SRIHER, Chennai. Sir has completed his graduation and post-graduation from Sri Ramchandra University and earned his PhD in nursing from Manipal University in 2017. Sir is also a FAIMER Fellow since 2022. Sir has published 54 research articles in index journals, authored 2 book chapters, and secured extramural research grants from DHR and ICMR. Sir serves as a peer reviewer for 14 international scientific journals and has delivered over 100 invited lectures and has organized more than 20 national and international conferences and workshops. Sir's contributions have been recognized with several prestigious honors, including the All-Round Research Excellence Award in 2025, Dr. TMA Pai Gold Medal 2020, and the Distinguished Alumni Award 2018. To enlighten us on this important topic, it is my honor to invite Dr. Ramesh Chandra Babu Sir to deliver his expert session on cornerstone of grand success. Over to you, sir. So,
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible?
good morning, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Let me, project my slide and then please confirm me whether it is in presentable mode and then I'll start my session.
No, sir, your slides are not visible yet.
Yeah, I'm sharing it. I'm sharing it.
Yes, sir.
જે ફોટો આવે છે ને એવું આમનો સર્વમાં નહીં આવે ડેસ્કટોપ પર
Is my slide visible now?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So thank you very much for your kind introduction. And indeed, it is my great privilege to be part of one of the resource person for this event. I thank organizer, particularly Dr. Anita Prakasam, principal, the dean, and Bhumika Patel for connecting me. I would like to bring greetings from our institute, from Sri Ramchandra Institute of Higher Education Research, DMTB University, Porur, Chennai. So hope my voice is clear and audible. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, it is audible,
Yeah,
sir.
please, if there is any interruption, please let me know.
Yes, sir, sure, sir.
Yeah, for the time being, I'll just put my camera off so that to avoid a technical. I'll come later during the discussion. Okay. So as rightly the person who introduced said, research require a grant. Yes. And I would like to take few questions here. Like, the participants can unmute yourself and, be open and, let us interact. Let us, not have a kind of monotonous session where only I'm speaking from my end. To conduct research, what and all, what is the requirement? What and all you need to have? Can anyone tell me? Anyone feel free to speak. What is the basic requirements of the research? Yes? Or you can even type chat box. To conduct a research, what we need? I hope my question is clear. The participants.
Sir, innovative idea.
Okay, innovative idea. Then,
Good research knowledge.
okay, good research knowledge is required. Fine. Then, what else? What is the one important thing? Yes. What is the one important thing that we all need to have?
So funding support.
Very good, excellent. Money. How do you call money in Hindi? How do you call? How do you call money? With Tamil, we'll say kasu. How do you call in money?
Bhumika, say answer, no? Sir is asking. Hello, sir. Welcome
Sir,
for this
paisa.
question.
Paisa
Paisa.
Yes.
chahiye. Paisa. So all our money is like paisa. Right? So we say, vitamin M, money. Okay. In Tamil, even we have a movie, a song. Kasu, Pana, Duddu, money. Okay. So why do you work? Why do you study? We need money. I'm not saying money only is the life. Yes, money is required to lead the life. So ultimately, money only is not the life, right? So, however, you want to have a research you want to conduct a research, a meaningful research, a quality research. Research cannot be conducted only with paper and pen, right? You need to have some support, some resources, some manpower, some equipments. Could be, to test some, biomarkers, right? So only with paper and pen, collecting the subjective data and proving the research question is a olden concept, but still, we do, but objectively, we need to measure the scientific facts and prove the research question that we are trying to answer. So then only we call it as novelty. This novelty is the word, one word you will find everywhere. People will ask you whether you are submitting a manuscript or you are asking you're proposing a research question or you are seeking for a research fund. Novelty. Yes, so novelty is required. So paper research cannot be conducted only with a paper and pen. We need resources. To meet the resources, we need fund, we need money, we need paisa. Okay, so here, whatever the little knowledge that I've gained, by means of writing research proposals to the funding agencies. I'm not saying I'm an extraordinary person, that I have countless grant, but I have few grants as a PA and then co-PA. So whatever the little knowledge that I've gained, I'm here to share with you. The cornerstone of grant success. So from pen to purse, crafting the proposals that will open wallets. So what is the pathway? So I'll be spending maybe next 30 to 40 minutes to share only on the practical perspectives. I'm not going to speak too much of theory. You'll get, the previous speaker was speaking about the AI tools. Now you go to ChatGPT, you give a prompt, ChatGPT, tell me how to write a research proposal. It will give you, right? So you will get answer from the Google, you will get the answer from the AI, and the resources, the informations are floating like anywhere. So I'm here only to explain the practical perspectives, how to move about, how to go about in terms of applying for funding and to get a successful funding. The slides are not moving. I don't know why. It's not moving. I'll do one thing. My slides are not moving. I'll just stop sharing it and then share it again.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please.
Mhm.
Yes. So look at this picture. So how to set this control? I don't understand. Okay. There is no funding here either, right? So money is very difficult to earn. Okay, so even you don't get freely money from the funding also. You can even say it is something equivalent to rocket science, right? So convincing the funding agency and making them to, understand your proposal and getting the, fund that is required for your research is always a challenging task. So, I mean, no, even an experienced person or experienced researcher will find difficult to convince the funding agencies. They may face rejections. The proposal would have been rejected. Okay, so I can say, it is almost equivalent to the effort, how we how the Indian Space, ISRO, like Indian Space Research Organization, they take an effort to launch a rocket. So the same effort one should take, your team should take, and it's a time-consuming process in order to write a very good research proposal that can convince the funders, funding agencies. Nobody wants to, give you the money. Nobody just wanted to throw the money because it's yeah, where is the fund comes from? It comes from, for example, in India, ICMR is one of the biggest agencies. That's a government agency which gives funding for us. Okay, so they don't want to just throw money just like that, where there is no any novelty, where the research is not going to be useful. Okay, so it's not that simply, you write something, you put some research question and you fill in some pages and there's no clarity, too much of ambiguity. And if the research is not going to have any impact and if it is not going to make any difference in the lives of the people, and the funders will not be, they will not just, they will just, reject you. Most of the time, one common response that you will receive from the people is from the funding agency, there's no novelty in your project. Yeah, so you have this in your mind, novelty. Research means novelty. If you don't have novelty, you can neither get fund or you can neither convince the journal people also to publish your manuscript when it is coming to the publication of the research work. Why the slides are not moving? Bhumika, can you, move the slides on behalf of me? I'm not able to move the slides.
Sir, actually, we don't have that access to move the
Ah.
slides.
It's from yours.
It's from your side, sir.
Yeah, but I'm using the navigation, but I don't know why it's not moving. Okay, fine. Okay.
Yes, it's
So
visible, sir.
the learning objectives at the end of the session, we'll see what is the funding call is about, identify some of the different funding agencies, how to write, fully formed budget as to the requirements, and steps in responding to the funding call. So what is a funding call? Funding agency asks for researchers to submit proposals on a particular topic or for a certain amount of money. They give a area of thrust area of research, like they will tell cardiovascular, under cardiovascular, actually they'll give communicable disease, non-communicable disease, under communicable disease they'll give. So the funding agencies will identify the need of the society, need of the people, in which area they wanted to generate evidence, generate information, generate, meaningful research answers that will change the life of the people. Yeah. So sometimes it is a periodic call, sometimes it is a periodic call, sometimes it is a odd act calls. Odd act means, as and when there is a need arises, they will release the call. For example, COVID pandemic came. So the ICMR will release, research questions related to, COVID, asking for proposals. Right, and periodic means that is every year they release small grant, big grants, and postdoctoral fellowships and MD, PhD dissertation support, something like that. You can check the ICMR website. You'll find all these variations, and sometimes they will ask for a concept note followed by screening, and then your concept note is accepted by the funding agency, wherein they'll ask you to submit the full proposal. Sometimes some of the funding agencies wherein they ask you to submit your full proposal itself. So it depends on the nature of the call, and it may vary based on the funding agencies. The ICMR, sometimes they call for concept note, and then they ask you to further, if they're happy with your concept note, then they'll ask you to submit the full proposal. For some of the calls where they will ask you straight away to submit the full proposals. So there are synonyms for the funding, RFP, request for proposal or call for fundings, grant calls, notice for funding opportunity. Okay, so likewise, there are different synonyms they use. So responding to calls, right? So it's how well we are responding and is very important. Right. He keep tracking the calls for fundings. So nobody is going to feed you everything in your mouth, and it's a dream that you wanted to get a fund. So you need to keep scrolling the web pages of the funding agencies. There are several funding agencies, national funding agencies, international funding agencies that we'll discuss. I'll list later. And it's always step by step. Over the night you cannot become a Obama. Over the night you can become crorepati. Okay, so straight away you cannot be succeeding in getting a 1 crore of funding from the biggest funding agencies. They will check the credibility of your project, your team, your own ability. There are a lot of check will be done. Okay, obviously the researchers, experienced researchers are only going to read your proposal. Okay, they can easily they can grasp the information what you are trying to communicate. Okay. Or sometimes call usually can reach through your colleagues, people with open-minded, who likes, everyone should grow. So they will share it in the WhatsApp group. Or if you have your institutional, common exchange email, you may receive the email from your Dean Research Office. Your Dean Research Office will email to you. So and so call has come. So you can respond to the call. So that's how we usually, supposed to respond to the funding calls. Okay. So the process of getting fund is multi-step process, which requires a careful planning, a strategic proper communication, and thorough understanding of the funding sources. And also what is their requirement. So there will be a guidelines, clear guidelines will be given to you, and you need to understand and the guidelines and what is that we are proposal should contain. What is that the funding agency? So they would have given clearly tell, write the significance of the research work in 500 words. You have to write within that 500 words. You cannot write pages together. I mean, 4 pages, 6 pages, 10 pages. Nobody has the time, right? So time is very important. So for everybody. So in that 500 words or 400 words, what is the word limits that the funding agencies have stated for us? We are supposed to communicate the information more precisely, like what is the important message that you wanted to communicate to them. This is the research problem. I've identified the research gap. So these are my research objective, my question. So this will fill the gap, and the outcome of the research will be useful to the community or to the patients in such a way. So we must have a strategic communication. Communication is very, very important. How you communicate. So this is the general steps in getting the fund, and so you need to understand what is the type of the project that you are going to do, and then you have to identify the funding agencies. And once you identify the funding agencies, you have to tailor your proposal. You might have written a proposal, in generally you'd have written, but you have to tailor according to the guidelines or the instructions, what is laid down by the funding agencies. And then you submit the, a proposal to them, and agencies will review and they make decisions. Okay, so the agencies usually, if they are interested in your proposal, they'll also give you suggestions, modifications in terms of methodology, even in terms of your, the monetary, they'll give you advices. You may have to incorporate those suggestions and then give it back to them. And then, the funding agencies will give their final decisions, whether your proposal is accepted or rejected. And once your proposal is accepted, there are some codal formalities wherein you may have supposed to submit some codal documents from your institution. For example, CSI certificate, your bank details. So some forms are available, so that you have to submit it, and then the fund will be released to you, to your university. I mean, fund will not be released to your account, personal account. So fund will be released to the university account. So wherein your university, your institution should have central facility where the research budget is properly taken care, because auditing will be done, and something like there is UC utilization certificate. Once you receive the fund, the ICM or whatever the funding agency, they'll ask for the UC certificates. Okay, so how well you have utilized the fund, and whether that has to be audited by the chartered accountant, and then you give the statement, and then you will give the final report to the agencies. This is the the whole plethora of the funding process. You start with this type of project and apply and seek suggestions, and then apply and get succeeded. Finding funding agencies. How do I find? Okay, so have a discussion with people. Speak to the experts. Okay, and right. Prepare a list of all possible agencies. Okay. So funding, you have to identify the funding agency specific to our field. You know, it's we have to accept that now only our nursing people have started giving fund, not like bigger amount. Like for example, now TNA gives fund up to 1 lakh they are giving. NRSA they are giving 50 lakhs. I mean 50,000 funds. Our funds are not very bigger. Okay, but initially you start with that. At least we'll know the process. First, secure a grant, even if it is a 50,000. Anything that comes away from an institution, okay, certified that this is the research grant, that is a great success. That is the first success for you. Okay, so always don't think I should have only 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs, 50 lakhs grant. Okay, so even if you get 50,000, 25,000, somebody is giving you grant for, appreciating your work, still it is a fund. Okay, so, and it's more importantly, we need to match the proposal with priorities of the funding agencies. Because you have written a proposal and it's not, the responsibility, of the funding agency that, okay, somebody has given, I have to fund. No, they'll not fund. Whether they need it or not. Whether your proposal has their requirement or not. Okay, that's very important. And it's a time consuming task. So, generally, what people should do is that, see, we have multiple tasks. We play academician, we play researcher, we play administrative role, and it's not for everybody. We don't have time now. We are leading in busy life, and most of the time, our time is consumed by social media. Insta, WhatsApp, ChatGPT, and so so and so. Okay, so and our college workload, and then our personal lifestyle. So balancing the personal, and it's like a challenging task. And what generally is expected is we need to always have a proposal ready with us. Okay, one proposal. It's not that waiting for the funding agencies to give a call and then you start to prepare. That doesn't generally work, but most of the time practically people do that only. But it has to be in other way around. Like we need to have a ready proposal with us, and then only you'll be able to write well. Otherwise, it'll become like a fast food. Like a fast food will not give you that taste. Okay, of course that will fill our stomach, and our hungry will be subsided, but you will not get the proper essence, right? So likewise only. So in the long run, it gives you great benefits if you have a well-structured proposal in advance with you, so that once the uh, funding call comes, then we have to tailor according to their needs of the funding agencies. Then you'll have the smooth process, because there are some codal documents. There are some funding agencies will ask some of documents in the early stage itself. For that tunnel, you have to get the signature of your investigator, co-investigator. You have to get the approval from your authority, permission letter, and all those. Bhumika, I have one question. There are 7 people waiting in the room. Should I have to admit them?
No, sir, we'll do, sir.
Okay. There are some 8 people are waiting.
Yes,
Please
yes,
take
sir.
it away.
We are doing from here, sir.
Yeah. So look at the bottom line here. Even the most appealing proposal in the world is unlikely to succeed if not sent to the right agency. Okay. You might have prepared a proposal that is worth of $1 million. but if you are not sending the proposal to the right agency, your proposal is more related to social issues.
Please unmute yourself. You are disturbing lecture.
Hello, Didi.
Miss Kiran.
So even the most well-prepared, appealing proposal also could be rejected if you're not matching the right funding agency. Suppose if you are related to your funding is your proposal is related to social sciences, social problem, then we have to target ICSSR. Okay, so there is a council. Okay, where they give important for social problem. If your problem, the research problem is related to medical, then you have to go for ICMR. And if you are something related to doing some technology, okay, then you have to go for Department of Science and Technology, something like that. So mapping the proposal to the funding agency is one of the first step. Okay, so to be successful. And there are many sources. There are also databases of funding agencies, government institutes like ICMR, DST, DBT, CSSIR, okay. And even the universities, they give seed funding. Seed funding, we call it as gate funding here. Okay, so they give up to 1 lakh for you, for us, where our juniors faculties can up to assistant professors, and they can write a research proposal. They can submit it. They will give up to 1 lakh research funding from within the institute, within the university. Our university will give. We call it a seed fund, seed grant, or gate fund. So what is the purpose of giving that seed grant? Okay, so with that, we have to do a preliminary research work. We have to do a research work because most of the funding agencies, when they ask for the research proposal, have you done any primary work or prior work on the research area? So you can prove your seed work, your the fund that received from your university, and with that results, you can show that we have done a research work and this is what we have proved. And now we wanted to take it in a larger scale so that the funders will get confidence in it. Okay. So that is about, the universities having Office of Research and giving the internal, fund. And then reputable private agencies, NGOs give fund. For example, Tata Trust, they give fund. Okay, NGO, non-governmental organizations. And even, for example, associations like Indian Diabetes Associations, okay, Indian Medical Association, Indian Pediatric Association. So likewise, like now how we have NRSI, okay, I think National Research Society of Innovations. Earlier it was National Society of Research Society of India, and TNAI. Okay, so those are all the agencies give fund. Utilize those opportunities to be. That's the I would say that is the first step before you look for bigger funding opportunities. And then you have to tailor your proposal. Okay, so it's like a teamwork. Okay, so it's not a single man job, it's a teamwork. It is always, different minds working together is going to give you a success. You can reap the success. If one mind work, uh, the input may not be that valid. If different minds working together, it's like kind of a discussion. Okay, so throw a question, do a brainstorming. Okay, what is in it? Why we have to propose this? We are going to spend time, isn't it? Time is precious these days. Okay, and what is the novelty in it? Is it worth proposing this question? Okay, and how we'll know the conclusion will be valid? There is something called as uh, you know uh, 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 you know translational research. from the book to the bench. Bench means where the patient is sitting. Whether it is going to be, your research output is going to be only in the document, or is it going to be translated to the patient itself? Okay, so that's very important. Okay, and then preparing a budget. Okay, so we should not be too ambitious. Don't ask too much money. Whatever the instruments or any support system that can be met within the institution, utilize that only. Okay, utilize that budget itself. Don't ask too many. Don't ask too much money of stationaries. Don't ask money for laptop. Already you'll be having your personal laptop. Yes, you can utilize that, of course. I'm not saying you cannot ask laptop, but provided if that particular project is demands such level of equipment, then you can very well propose. Proper justification should be given. So tailoring your research proposal is very, very important. Okay, so how to tailor? Okay, so you must have clearly stated research problem. The research question should be clear. The goal of the research should be very clear, and the impact statement. Explain the significance of your research. How your research is going to be potential for the patients or the stakeholders. How it is going to benefit the society. How it is going to be benefiting the scientific community. Okay. Then the methodology. Your methodology should be a detailed plan. Your method should be written well. You must seek methodological experts, advice from the methodological experts. You must have a proper timeline. Okay. And you must have clearly described the resources that you require for conducting your research. And you must develop a realistic budget, okay, that aligns with the funding guidelines. If the funding agencies have clearly given the guidelines, okay, wherein they will give some cap. Your proposal can be between 25 to 50 lakhs. Okay, ask only 25 to 50 lakhs. Don't ask 1 crore. Okay, if only one manpower is required, ask only one manpower. You don't ask for 10 manpower. Okay, and it's also very much important. It's a teamwork, team credentials. Okay, so it should be an interdisciplinary team, and your team members also should have a good track record. In their the past research, what they have done, how they have done, what is their publications, what is their H index. All the reviewers will look at all this. That's why I told you it's all government money, tax money. Our own tax money only, it comes as a money as a research grant. Those tax money should be utilized. ICMR also is responsible how well the money is being spent. Okay, it should not be just thrown like that. Everybody is having accountability. ICMR, although it's a government agency, government also have the accountability. Giving the fund. And you must have a clear timeline. I'm not going to too much talk about the research proposal that you all know, like how to write a research proposal, who's a setting, who's the sample, and what sampling technique you are going to. That's why I told you in methodology. In single term, I covered methodology. Most of the reviewers will look at your research question, significance, what is the outcome, and they'll spend time in the methodology. Are you clear with your methodology? Right. Okay, so you have to have a proper timeline. So it's a sample, timeline just projecting here. And what next? You prepare the proposal and get it reviewed by colleagues or experts who is knowledgeable, who can give you some suggestions. Okay, and then after they taking the suggestions, okay, and submit to the funding agencies. Nowadays it is most of the funding is online submission. Okay, they have a sometimes what you have to do, just you might have in the word format they would have given the guidelines or instructions, but as you navigate, as you move further in the submission process, you may find some difficulties, that navigation window, or some new terms will some new demand will be made in that submission portal. So always what we can do is we can do a one draft proposal. You can just run through, and so that all this you have to do it in well advance. Okay, and don't today's submission last date, just yesterday only we'll start submitting. And that time, most of the time, server will be busy, will be nervous, and the server cannot take too much of load. When 1,000 people are submitting, trying to submit in the same, the network issue will happen. So to avoid all this confusion, earlier only we have to run through all this and submit, and then wait for the decision. So then, so sometimes it will accept, sometimes it will reject. Okay, so rejection is always very common thing. We should not despair about it. Okay, and so so if at all, if it is rejected, fine, no problem. Better try next time. Better like next time. Revise the proposal, and they've given some comments, try to incorporate those suggestions. And if it is accepted, then we may have to go for, administrative formalities like bank details, mandate form. Okay, and there will be clear guidelines would have been given by the funding agency itself. So these are all the, some documents, codal documents that are required, that to be submitted. So get ready and submit it. And if once you receive the fund, and you have to complete the project and submit the progress. Some the funding agencies also will ask you for the interim project report. Could be a 6-monthly report or yearly report, depends on the funding agencies. They will ask you have to provide your progress to them. And finally, after you complete your entire project, you have to give the complete project report to them. So you need to be thorough about the administrative procedures. So you have to know your university, what is the policy they follow, and certain documents may be required by the funding agencies. The GST number of your university or university account, and official account details where the funding will be transferred, and certain funding agencies will ask for DSIR certificate, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research certificate. So that is something which you cannot have it. Your university should have it. That should be valid. Okay. And so that certificate also should be available with you. And but the submission itself, they'll ask you to upload that document. And suppose if you are doing some lab-based investigations, okay, and they'll also make sure that whether your lab is accredited, NABH accredited, all those documents. So these different funding agencies will ask for different set of codal documents. You have to know all these administrative aspects. And then if lab, and whether your lab is well certified, and you need to have proper ethical approval. And sometimes some of the funding agencies even ask for the ethical clearance. It depends. Sometimes you get the fund and then you go for ethical clearance. Both way it works. And it's all it depends on the funding agency, their guidelines. And then any local administrative permission is approval. Maybe it could be within your university, or you are doing some community related project wherein you go to some rural area. So that approval, all those is required. And sometimes you may require the ministry support. Suppose you have fund foreign fund that is coming. Okay, so that's again a big process. Your institution should go through a proper channel. That's not in your hand. I mean, that's your university research office should take care of all this. Okay, so all these are some of the administrative procedures that you need to be aware. Then you prepare the budget. So based on the research objectives, you are going to prepare the budget. First, you have to meet the agency's requirements. Tablet, you have the spreadsheet under different headings. Under manpower, how much you want. Under contingency, how much you want. Under consumables, how much you want. Under travel, how much you want. How much should be your overhead, charge, all those. And you need to be very clear. And in terms of, suppose you are going to buy some, some instruments, some test tubes, how many units you want. Okay. And what is the duration of your data collection? Okay, you have to give a proper justification for each item. You are asking for laptop, why you want laptop? You are asking for printer, why you want printer? Okay, and so avoid math errors. To be very careful, and don't do, because you have to give a proper tally of the total that you are asking for under each head. Okay, so all those things you have to have in your mind while preparing the, these are general rules. Now we'll see one by one. Now, then these are all the different categories. Like we may require, recurring and non-recurring. So recurring means it's something, which will be, expenses will happen, continuously. Okay, for example, staff or consumable or purchasing some, consumables, like could be a test tubes, okay, or supplies, something like that. Like non-recurring is a single-time investment. You are not going to, buy, like, say example, computer, okay, and or some, testing device, okay. So you're not going to buy it often. It's a single time. And sometimes task-based budget. You may have to have some consultancy. You have to give a external consultancy charge. You have to give all this. So these are the different general categories. Again, this will vary based on budget. The project to project and the funding agencies also. Okay. So, like when you are submitting the funding proposal, and even the the web portal itself will guide you directly. Like so, I mean, sometimes they are rigid. They have a standard structure, where you are going to feed the proposal, your budget into the online system what they have already created. So like that it is. And this is, for example, general budget, like of various category. I mean, these are all the, the various category. And here you look, there is various head. Head means which heads, like, under staff. Okay, how many person you are recruiting? How many person? And what is the justification for that? And what is the, cost for each person? Monthly salary of, okay, and what is the total for that person? And consumables. Some lab related testing item, could be chemical or test tubes. Okay, all this stuff. Why? What is the justification? How many cost you want? Unit. What is the unit cost? How many units you want? How many? Suppose it is ELISA kit. How many ELISA kit you want? That depends on the number of times that you are going to collect the blood sample from the participants. What is the each unit cost of the each kit, and what is the total quantity, and what is the total? Okay, and equipments, like what are all the different equipments you want? Okay, your travel. Okay, where you are going to travel, for what? Sit for data collection, okay, or conference, all those. Then each head should have a subtotal, and then overall total should be there. Okay. So preparing the now staff and justify in detail. Okay, why is that manpower is required for? If one manpower is required, research assistant, you ask only one manpower. Don't ask for two manpower. Otherwise, it is waste of money. Employing 2% for a single project where they don't have a job, and again we are wasting the money. The reviewer team will look at it very carefully. Okay, and budget only for the period required. Okay, if you're you want the man support only for the time of data collection period. You want some research assistant, only plan for 12 months. Don't plan them for entire 3 months unless until it's required. Okay, so that don't plan 36 months. So it's a smart way of planning your proposal. Okay, and you have to consider the outsourcing of people for your project, a consultancy. Okay, and suppose you're going to have the manpower for next year, I mean second year, third year, and you have to think about the increments. Okay, first year you are setting the salary of 45,000. Then the next year, the ICMR is given clear guidelines. Okay, how much the JRF will receive, how much the SRF will be paid, what is their HRA allowance, etc. All those, you can just go to the guidelines and then you ask, you have to prepare. Okay, you have to follow the rules of recruitment based on your institution. Okay, so that also to be having considered in your mind. And then you have to make a clear plan like this. This is the template. Okay. So I am asking for scientist D or scientist technical assistant. So what is the role of a scientist D in this? What is the monthly salary? And what is the 12-month salary? 9 lakhs it is. Technical assistant. Why you want technical assistant? And what is their monthly compensation? What is the 12-month compensation? So what is the annual? So what is the total, manpower that you are, for the manpower alone, you are asking this much money. Around 13 lakhs you are asking. So likewise, equipment. Okay, so what are the equipments that you want? Could be some testing, could be some scanner, could be some machineries. Okay, so that and all, you have to have a clear, plan, and you may have to think about the maintenance cost. Okay, and so we may have to think about the inflation price. Maybe this year the product is about 15,000. The project funding call, they will take minimum 3 months to 6 months or 8 months to review. Next year only we will get the fund. By the time there will be a 10% of increase in the product. Okay, so where you're going to take that money. Okay, so plan in advance, ask advance itself. So like that something. And this is the template. Don't worry about all this. I'll leave this PPT to the organizer and collect it from them. And already, the funding agencies itself will give you all these heads for you to prepare. Okay, so you can just prepare accordingly. Then you have to plan for the consumables. You are doing some lab test. What are all the chemicals that are required? What are how many test tubes that are required? Okay, all this you have to have a clear plan. And then likewise, what is the item that is required and what is the justification for it? And what is the unit cost and what is the quantity and what is the total? What is the overall total? So you need to have a clear plan. Okay. And other costs related to travel, consultancy charge, you may have to have some external consultation, exports, or some statistical consultations. And your institutional overhead, your institution also spending some time in terms of electricity, water, vehicle, space, all those. Usually, depends on the institution. Some funding agencies will give 5% of the overall budget. Some funding agencies will get 10%. So you have to just see the guidelines, and then accordingly we have to plan our budget. And this is the template for travel. Why you are traveling? What is the reason? Okay, how much you want per year? You want 50,000 per year, and if your project is for 3 years, so 3 into 50, 1,50,000. So this is the overall picture of budget will look like. Okay, under various headings. under manual manpower recruitment, staff and equipment, consumables, travel, the overhead. So all this you are going to make a total, subtotal, overall total. Like here, it's about something like 1,76,000, something like that. Okay, 17 lakhs 65,000, okay, whatever the number that you get based on your requirement. Okay. So that should be you have to be very, very, I already told you, don't be too ambitious. Don't ask too much money also. They'll not give you. You have to ask the money which is ideally required for your project. You don't ask money just, just to ask some money, let us, so it's a government money only, no, they're going to give. No, they will check. They'll have a proper check. Okay, so you need to be very judicial, you need to be very proper, meticulous, and even if you ask single rupee, what is that requirement of single rupee there in that project? You must have a proper justification. We need to be very smart enough. And what are all the agencies gives fund? Indian agencies. I've listed the government and also the private, ICMR, DST, Biotechnology, DPT, okay, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, UGC, okay, and the private Lady Tata Memorial Trust, okay, Asim Premji Foundation. There is a Bangalore, there is a university, they give some society like Alzheimer's Society, Autism Society, Cancer, some of the association, medical association, nursing associations, etc. So, I mean, this I just listed, even the Ayush gives, okay, BIRAC, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, Ministry of Ayush, so Department of Health Research, they give fund. And ICMR is a very common one for us, where they give funding, not only the medical people, also they give to all the people, but provided your funding, your proposal should be competitive enough, should be well written, should have a good team, and they give funding support for MD, MS, PhD thesis, postdoctoral research, and they give international travel. And for you to conduct a research workshop, if your research workshop is novel, and they give you research workshop also from 1 lakh to 10 lakh, they give support. So you can just go through the ICMR website and look for all this. And then who can apply? Regular researcher can apply, scientists can apply, university, medical college, you as a faculty can apply, and postgraduate institutions, recognized laboratory, NGOs can apply. Okay. And so, and these are all some of the international agencies. Okay, I'm not going to read line by line. Okay, it will be too much now. First, let us even, I have not gone to international so far. I've already applied. I tried. I mean, I applied once for a Welcome Trust, but it was not, getting through. It's a team approach. We applied as a team. Okay, so it was an inter-institutional, project. 2-3 universities joined together. I was one of the, co-investigator in it. And again, see, the national itself, the screening is very bigger, and you think about the international call again. So always go by step. Okay. So don't think, start with small step. Start with 25,000 grants, start with 50,000, then go for 10 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 1 crore. Okay. And so for international, there are some ministry clearances required, as it is a foreign money coming to the India. So that your university should have a mechanism, proper mechanism for it. And you may require your university support to mobilize the fund from the foreign country to the India. So that will happen through the ministry. Okay, so just have it in your mind. What are all the reasons for the rejection? Poor planning. Okay, so you're not meeting the deadline. Okay, submission of the proposal in last. Always there is one thing, first come, first serve basis. Okay, there are 100 proposals. Okay, they are going to select 25 proposals. So first 20 proposals they've selected. Remaining 5 proposals, they're not able to take a call. So same score they have scored. Okay, out of the exam, let us assume out of 100, all the remaining 5 have scored 70 marks. Okay, then they'll see the time of application. Have you applied in well advance? Okay, so all those also they consider. Okay, not following the proper proposal guidelines. You don't have proper well-defined methodology. Okay, and non-priority topics. It's not need of the hour. The research proposal that you have given, research question is not having any scientific merit or need requirement. Okay, and poor research questions. Okay, and not proper, research question is not well defined. Okay, and illogical framework. Your research proposal should be having a logical sequence. There should be a connectivity. Okay, your objective should have a strong connection to the methodology. The methodology should have, strong connection to the outcome. Okay, so there should be, well written, and there should not be any lack in it, and lack of actionable outcome. You are not proving the outcome thoroughly. Okay, my research output is going to contribute to this way. Okay, so all these are some of the common reasons for the proposal to be rejected. Okay. So be aware of conflict of interest. Okay, so don't worry. You have to be careful who's the funding agencies. Okay, this is more mainly comes for pharma company people. Somebody is going to sponsor for drug, some medications. So those areas you need to worry. Otherwise, you don't worry much. But however, we need to know about this also. Okay, and what are all the some of the errors and tips? Just what are the common errors? Okay, in title will be very vague, too much of jargon. There's no clarity. Okay, rational. You're not given rational only or irrelevant data. You have to give proper scientific data. Okay, statistics and objectives. You have too much of over ambitious, vague. Your objectives is not clear. Methods. There's no lack of clarity in the design. Sample size is insufficient, inadequate. You don't have a proper plan. And team, multidisciplinary. Your team is not multi. You are a nursing person. You are proposing where you are going to have a genetic assessment and biochemical assessment. Okay, your team should have an expert from Department of Human Genetics and Department of Biochemistry. And you are taking a cardiology topic, you should have a cardiologist with you. Okay, so you are going to have some exercise component. Your team should have physiotherapist. You are going to include some psychological intervention. You should have team from psychologist. Okay, so and the budget should be over, under, or unclear. Okay, so it should be ideal. Don't ask less money. Don't ask too much money. Okay, ask ideal how much you want. Okay, so the same tips. Be specific. You need to be very specific with the title, very clear and impactful. And you are supposed to give why you are doing this study. It should be very clearly, and your objective should be smart. Okay, simple, measurable, achievable. Okay, and time bounding. Okay, and fullest detail. You have to give the complete details in the methodology as possible, as much as possible. Okay, and different experts based on the requirement of the questions. Whatever the team member also just like that randomly you cannot close the. Really biochemistry people is required, you put the biochemistry. If you don't have any biochemistry requirement, you need not to put. Okay, and balanced with proper justification. So these are all the common errors made in budgeting, also while writing a proposal, and these are also 10 tips to overcome. Some basics. Okay, basics how to success, fit to call proposal. Okay, give your proposal to the appropriate funder. And your question should be scientifically finer, which is feasible, innovative, novelty you should have, ethical, and you should have scientific relevant. Okay. Operationally, it should be prime, practical, rational, integrable, measurable, and engaging. Demonstrate competence of your team. Your team should have good competencies. Okay, their profile. They also the funding agency also will ask the curriculum vitae of your team members. They look at the team members' CV. Okay, and they check for their previous publication, previous work. Okay, how then only the funders will have confidence in you, and the confidence in their team. We'll also check the institutional track record. Okay, whether the institution have received fund earlier, whether they have how well they have executed the fund properly or not. Okay, whether they are given the closure report, all those also will be considered by the funding agencies. Always you must note the reviewer's mindset. Okay, so they are all experienced people. Okay, and they will always check whether is it useful, does it going to solve the public issues that is existing in the public health, or is it going to be clinically useful, whether you have followed the finer criteria, whether it is feasible, resources, it falls within the timeline. What is the team members? Who are the people that are going to be involved in your research? Who is the PI? Okay, and whether will this will this initiative will make a new knowledge, will change in the policy, or will lead to some patent or product or some intellectual property. Okay, all these are the important area aspects the reviewers will look at it when your proposal is reviewed by the reviewers. So some of the take home messages, okay, and align with the research goals. I have some few, lengthy, take home message for you. Okay, align with the research goals and funder, priorities. Tailor your proposal, based on the instructions that is given by the funding agencies. You have to build a strong network. You have to attend quantum. You cannot work in silo. You have to have a good team members. How will you we come out of your four walls of the College of Nursing? Okay. But within the university, you have try to have a good network. Okay, make your within the university, even you are doing a small research, make it interdepartmental. Involve, and build a strong network, attend conference, workshop. Okay, and if suppose there is some talk that is circulated by your institutional research office. There is a talk on funding option. Go and attend that event. Okay, you'll get the message. If you cannot, you're sitting in the desk and you're your own cabin and you ask for funding, nobody is going to give you fund. Okay, and publish in a reputed journal. Whatever the research work that you are doing, don't put it in the predatory journal. Okay, put it in reputed journal. Okay, highlight some of the previous projects that you have done. Okay, and demonstrate collaboration. Always funders often favor collaborative, I told you have to collaborate. Department of Cardiology, Department of Physiotherapy, Department of Biochemistry, Department of Human Genetics, Department of Psychology, okay, etc. Okay, and so choose the best people in your team. Okay, that is also very much important. Be persistent and resilient. Okay, and with single proposal, single time, you may not be successful. You may face, failure. You ask me personally, 17 times I failed. Okay. I applied 17 times. On the 18th attempt only I got the fund. Okay, so you should not be, should not be low, should not be despair of, rejections. Okay, revise, keep trying, spend time. Okay, only thing is, you may have to spend, you must have that vision. Okay, and so grant proposal writing is an important skill. Okay, strong proposals require a practice. You do more write up, you get that confidence. One time, two times you write, you apply, okay, it is not selected. Don't throw. Do not despair. Rejected. Okay, always start with small. Start small projects. Establish the record for you. 25,000, 50,000, 1 lakh. Then ask for 10 lakhs. Okay. And how to succeed, in my personal experience, always I put in most of my sessions, hard work. You need to work hard. Nothing comes easy. Without working, you will not get anything. Have patience. Okay. So if there is failure, there is rejection, accept it. Have patience. You will succeed. If this year you're not going to get it, next year. If next year, after at least after 5 years, build your skill set. Build. You have to take. You all know about Gajani Muhammad. He took a war. 17, 18 times. Okay, 18th time only he won. Okay, so likewise, have perseverance. You need to bounce back. Okay, very, very important. Okay, so these three things you have to have it with you. It is even in the publication also, when you have to have this. And I would like to end my talk with one of the favorite quote, who's the pride of our nation, Abdul Kalam sir, the legend. To succeed in your mission, you must have a single-minded devotion to your goal. Okay, I want grant, I want grant, I want to publish. You keep thinking, you don't work, don't make any efforts, you don't make any consistent effort, you will not be successful. Right? You must make strategy. You must act. Okay, be adamant. I must succeed. You will definitely succeed. You have to work for it. Okay. So thank you all so much for your patience listening. I hope I was able to, inculcate some values, how to write, how to get a fund and how to write for a fund. And if there are any questions, you can, put. I may try to answer if I know the answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mother.
If any participants have any questions, you can ask sir directly or you can drop your questions in the chat box. Participants are requested to ask their questions directly or you can also drop your questions in the chat box.
Somebody asked, what are all the key methodological consideration when expanding small scale study into a large scale multi-site initiative? We can apply same funding agencies or different funding agencies can be applied. See, what I can tell you, ICSSR gives small and large. Okay, I think they give 15 lakhs and then 30 lakhs, if I'm right. 15 lakhs, they'll give one set of projects, small, and then 30 lakhs. So you have to plan your objectives, your question within that cap, what they have given. Okay, you cannot ask, bigger money. If you want to ask for bigger money, then you have to explore other agencies. Okay, and so likewise it is. And you have to search the funding agencies, different funding agencies. Even you can try for international funding agencies, but for that you have to have a collaboration. You have to have a good collaboration. Your collaborators again should be from the reputed universities. They also check the the university's profile. Okay, now getting a fund, the more and more days it is going, getting the fund also is going to be a very difficult process. Even our ICMR also now stating stringent criteria. Okay, so based on the NIRF ranking, only now they are going to give funding. Okay, so we must have a good performance in the ranking, in the national ranking. So then only you are eligible to apply for funding. Okay, so your institutional input also is one of the key role here. Okay, so that is the reason why the university is asking for publications from the faculties. Okay, publications everywhere, in every meeting, college meeting, be it is department meeting, people demand you publication because university doesn't want to put their track down. Okay, so the university is going down, so the university will start losing all these privileges, right? So you have to, uh, you know, uh, the single answer that I give you to the question is whatever the guidelines that the funding agencies have given, you have to narrow down your objectives, narrow down your money requirement, and then you have to go for it. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you so much, sir, for such an enlightening and informative session. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us online for this session despite being busy schedule. You reminded us that behind every successful research process lies perseverance, thoughtful planning, and the courage to dream big. Thank you for generously sharing your expertise and for encouraging us to believe that every meaningful idea deserves the opportunity to become reality. It has been truly an honor to listen from you. Now, next, moving on to our next session,
Thank you.
innovation
Thank you very
reaches.
much. And thank the organizer
Thank
for
you, sir.
inviting me as a research person. Wish you all the very best and hope the session will yield some of the research grant for your institution in the future. Thank you
Sure,
all.
sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, sir.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you, sir. Moving on to next session regarding patent pathways in healthcare. Innovation reaches its true potential when it is protected through intellectual property rights. Understanding patents empowers researchers to safeguard their discoveries, encourage commercialization, and contribute meaningfully to healthcare innovation. Before we commence this session, it's my privilege to share the impressive credentials of Ms. Pooja Menon ma'am is a registered patent agent, intellectual property IPR expert, an entrepreneur with over 12 years of professional experience in intellectual property management and technology commercialization. Ma'am serves as the Chief Operating Officer of Mygrave Consultancy and Services and is the founder of Invent Club, promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. Ma'am has guided more than 15,000 innovators, delivered lectures to over 180,000 participants across India, and collaborated with 63 plus academic institutions. Ma'am actively mentors researchers, startups, and industry professionals in transforming innovative ideas into valuable intellectual assets. It is now my privilege to invite Ms. Pooja Menon ma'am to deliver her expert session on patent pathways and healthcare. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the warm introduction. I hope my voice is audible, and I'll be sharing the screen such that we can just the presentation is visible.
Yes, ma'am, your voice is audible.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. A very good morning to all of you. First and foremost, want to thank Sumandeep Vidyapeeth for giving us, and giving me an opportunity to speak about what IPR is. In the last 12 years, we have been spreading the knowledge about IPR in a very layman language, such that we can connect. IPR has always stood out as a topic which has been only centric to researchers or people of industries, but we wanted to reach as much people as possible. So I'll try to deliver the lecture about what IPR is in a very layman language. And if you have any doubts or any questions, please to put it into the chat box so we can continuously address it. And towards the end, we can have a quick Q&A on a personal scale. So let's begin the lecture on IPR. So uh, let's understand what actually intellectual property is. See, there are two types of property. One is called the physical property, another is called the intellectual property. Physical property, you all are very well aware of, like the house that you live in, the vehicles that you drive, the land that you own, the gold that you buy. Now, these are called physical property. See, since a very young age, we all are very, very well trained about how to buy a physical property, what physical property means, how to protect it, right? Like, for example, let's say you buy a house. Even before endorsing it to your friends or relatives, you see to it that the work has come through. if everything is well to go, and then you start endorsing, so that there is no legal problem after that. So we are very protective when it comes to the matter of our physical property. Now, talking about intellectual property, it includes anything that you create using your brains, your head, okay? Intellectual property. So let's say you had an idea, or you thought of a process or a procedure. The problem with us in today's date is that if we have an idea, let's say throughout the session we were thinking about something, and suddenly you have an eureka moment and you're like, you know what, this is such a genius thing. What we do as a normal human being is we think of discussing it with somebody who is maybe, a guide or a friend of ours or a colleague of ours. We forget the importance of intellectual idea. Now, the problem is, it has been discussed in the past. It will also again happen in the future if we are not careful. We have heard about researchers who did, research in a field. They discussed with somebody, a colleague in their field. They published the paper. They got the credit for it. We have heard these problems in the past. Now, the problem was people never thought of protecting their idea, when because they think they always had a thought, and you have the theory that it's always helpful if we share the idea, or we discuss it, or more people can use it. Great. But if, let's say, there are a few hundred poor people in the, like, you have a land, okay, and there are a few hundred people, will you just go and just give it away for free? No. You will see to it that your land is protected in your name, and if somebody wants to take a rest at your place, okay, fine enough, you are giving them the permission to come to that place and stay for a few days. You are not just going to ऐसे free में तो नहीं बांट दोगे. You're never that careless. But when it comes to the matter of your intellectual property, we are always that careless. That is where intellectual property rights came into picture. Everything, every type of data, every type of theory, concept, idea that you create has to be protected. And this is protected by the government of India, that is the central government of India. And that is where IPR came into picture. IPR has been bifurcated into four main categories: patent, copyright, trademark, design. There is something called GI tag also. We'll be discussing that when we'll discuss trademark. But these are the four main categories. So let's start one by one. I'll be taking few examples for you to easily understand what the concept is, and we'll be linking it to few of your field technology also to understand what can be protected under all these four subcategories. Okay. So the first topic that we are discussing here is copyright. Copyright protects any form of literature work, artistic work, and software. See, like for example, if you are writing a research paper, if you are creating a presentation, you have a sketch of something, or you have a painting, you have created a booklet, your class notes, everything is protected under copyright. In generic terms, in this world, the maximum number of IPR is protected under copyright. Like, for example, the film industry. Okay, let's talk about the film industry. When you watch a movie, everything from the story to the script, dialogues, the images, photograph, video, audio, dance moves, everything that you see is actually protected under copyright. That is why copyright has so much importance. Okay, now people usually come and ask me that, let's say I write something, like I write a blog on some technical data, or if I like to click photographs, or if I am a good painter, why do I apply for a copyright? I can just endorse it to the any of the social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and people can see that the work has been done by me. True. Let's understand this with an hypothetical example. Now, let's say after this session, you decided to connect with me on any of the social media platform, let's say Instagram, Facebook, or LinkedIn. Okay. Now, because you are quite an artistic kind of a person, or maybe you're quite an intellectually sound person, you decided to write a blog on some upcoming problems in the medical sector, nursing sector, or any of the sector, and you decided to create an image or a theory or a concept and just upload it. Let's say you created an image which depicts that how science is actually related to our traditional technology, and how traditional knowledge can help in building a healing, something of that sort, in the upcoming technology. Okay, so you created an image by structure and you uploaded it onto the any of the social media platform. Now, because I am one of the friends who can see whatever you're uploading, I came across this image that you're uploaded. It was quite impressive. So I decided to download it and share it into one of my, let's say, intellectual group where I have few journal editors and magazine owners, and I have few people in that group. So when I shared that image there, one of my editor friend gave me a call and he's like, "Hey Pooja, you know what? I saw an image that has been uploaded onto your social media platform and it looks fantastic. I have a journal coming up in like next 2 months, and I want to use that image in that journal. Will you be okay with that?" It's a proud thing. See, when you are a person involved in the educational sector, if a magazine editor approaches you for using some of the work and giving you the credit of it, your name in that journal, it's a proud moment. So you're like, yeah, yeah, sure, please go ahead. See, the confusion was that I did not know that he wanted to print my name. Then he came up with an NOC letter, that is a non-objection certificate, where he asked me to sign that, this work has been done by you, and if in case of any objection raised, you will be liable for it, and there will not be any controversy which can create an issue for the journal. Okay, so every journal, editor, magazines usually have such NOC signed by the author of the work. Now they got something signed by me, and over and above they paid me 5 lakhs for the work. Okay, because they are going to print more than 1 lakh books, so they were like, 5 rupees per copy. It's a great credit. So I was all, yes, 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 please, please, please go ahead. And I did not even think or have the courtesy to let you know that something such thing has happened. Few months down the lane, because it's a journal, it's a renowned journal, people read. Somebody saw that image uploaded and they got that journal to you. They were like, "Yeah, don't you think this was your picture? I saw it on your profile. Wasn't it your work?" And suddenly you realize, yeah, you're so happy for, let's say, for 3 seconds. And the fourth second, you see somebody else's name. Now all the happiness has, gone. You suddenly saw my name because my company's name is also written. You decided to just search me out on any social media platform. You just Google me and you found that, yeah, I know this person. I had attended a lecture with her. So you just try to find me on LinkedIn. You just drop a message to me. You're like, "Hi ma'am, I had attended one of the lecture, but that is not why I'm reaching you. One of my images has been printed into a very renowned journal, and somehow your name has been misprinted into it. Can you help me rectify it?" What do you think my response to your message will be? I'll ignore it. Very, very clearly, I'm not going to, encourage or even reply back to you. See, this is a very hypothetical scenario. I am not such a person, to be very frank. I will help you. But if something of this sort happens, but if in a hypothetical, in the real world, usually people do not respond to it because who cares? You are just one in a million, one in a billion. Who cares? Nobody's going to respond to you. Now, even after your multiple, approaches, I'm not going to respond because you have no proof that the work was yours. How can somebody think that कि तूने किया था या किसी और ने नहीं किया था? So let's change this scenario a bit with copyright. Now, what copyright does is, if you apply for a copyright, the Copyright Office gives you a certificate of ownership. That means the work that you have submitted to them, they give you a certificate of ownership proving that the work has been done by you with a timestamp of which the work has been delivered to the Copyright Office. Now, let's say I do not respond to you. The next step will be you will send this certificate with the attested work to the editor of the magazine, informing them that, respected sir, this work has been printed in your so and so number journal, and somehow me being the owner and the author of the work, somebody else's name has been misprinted. This type of behavior was not expected from such a renowned journal, and I request for an immediate correction with an apology and a compensation for an amount of, let's say, 10 lakhs. Whom do you think the office is going to approach first? Who is the person whose neck the editor of the magazine is going to hold? Definitely me. Because I was the person who gave them a NOC stating that the work is mine, I have no objection, and go ahead, use the work. So for the work which I was paid 5 lakhs, Now I'll be the person negotiating with you, and I'll be the person compensating you with an amount of 10 lakhs. This is the power of copyright. The best part about copyright is it holds for a term till the author is alive. And 60 years after the death of the author, the work is still, in the proper, is the property or the ownership of the person or his or her family. See, that is how Michael Jackson, the legend, the dancer, the singer, his family is still earning from all the work that he has done. Even after his death, every piece of work that is created in his name, or the work he has created is still being used in any format, his family gets paid. That's the power of copyright. Okay, so if you have some sort of work, you need to apply for a copyright and then publish it. Because when you publish it without an ownership, you will get nothing from it. Okay, now let's take a case study to understand that in case if you use somebody else's copyrighted work, how can infringement affect you? That also needs to be understood, right? Now let's say, for example, here it's a like a real case study where Epic System, a software manufacturing company in USA, hired TCS. We all know Tata Consultancy and Services, which is a very renowned company here in India. So Epic System creates software for hospital chains in USA. Okay, so they installed that software into multiple hospital chains. And after the installation, they hired TCS from India to do all the backhand work like maintenance, the client handling and error handling. Many companies from US do that. Unko Indian labor sasta padta hai. Okay. So they hired Tata Consultancy and Services from India to do all the background work. See, whenever there is a third party hiring, that means Epic System and their clients are first and second party, and TCS is the third party who is going to work on behalf of Epic System. Whenever third party is hired, usually there is always an agreement which is signed between them, the first party and the third party, that we will be sharing our clients' confidential data, our copyrighted algorithms, databases, all those data for maintenance purposes. If any data gets breached, violated, copied, duplicated in any format by you or your company or employees of it, you will be liable for a legal compensation. Every company signs that, and usually the signing is done by the top people like the management or the business executives and all those people. But whom do you think goes to work in the field on such projects? The normal employees, maybe a senior employee. But the problem is, here in India, we do not understand the importance of IPR. I have visited so many R&D companies, and people are so casual about their clients' intellectual property because importance ही नहीं पता. लोगों को ऐसा लगता है हाँ ठीक है क्लाइंट ने पैसे दिए काम करेंगे काम खत्म हो जाएगा that's it. No, the confidentiality holds a bigger picture and people are not aware of it. Now what happened was the employees who went to work on the project, they were quite impressed by the software. So when they came back to India, they were also happy. They were like, यार बहुत solid software है, हमको भी ऐसा इंडिया में होना चाहिए. We should also have such a software for the medical hospitals here in India. So taking their ideas, their algorithms, and all those things, they created a software called MedMantra for the Indian hospitals here in India. Epic Systems came to know about it. They slapped TCS with a fine of $940 million for stealing their intellectual property, that is their healthcare software. They actually used the word stealing. It was a big reputation issue. See, not just the money, but the reputation also goes down the drain when you are accused of stealing your client's intellectual property. This comes out big. Like पहली नजर में, like whom do you think is like guilty here? Whose fault do you think it was? I know many of you might say, ये तो employee की गलती है यार. He should have been a bit careful. Otherwise, this would have not happened. True, but the employee might earn what by 12 lakhs, 14 lakhs, let's say 50 lakhs. But TCS, because of its carelessness, because it did not teach its employees the importance of IPR, they lost a huge fund of $940 million. इतना तो agreement में भी नहीं लिया होगा. They might not have a job of such a big deal. This is the power of copyright, and this is why we all need to be very careful when we decide to use somebody else's work. Now, As intellectual people and as being in the field of research, where are we making a mistake? So you all might be writing research papers, thesis, reports, and all such sort, right? Because you want to either get funding or get your paper published or your knowledge spread. The problem here is we do it without applying for a copyright. I have seen so many times where people submit the reports without any rights over it, without claiming any rights over it, and it gets leaked. IPR is for you, or is for the people who are very, innovative and have a very broader mind spectrum, who can think out of the box. Now, for example, let's say you write a research paper, you approach a publication house to publish it. Do you apply for a copyright before it? No. Have you ever seen the publication house getting a paper signed from you, an NOC? Have you ever read that very carefully? It clearly states that you, as an author, is submitting this work to the publication house, and owns we own this work, and we can publish it, use it the way we feel feasible, and you, as an author, will not restrict us against the same. Let's understand what happened here in a very layman language. You had a house. You wanted to rent it out. You hired a broker to do all the marketing. Okay. Now the broker got you some papers to sign. Without looking at it, you signed it. Now the paper had power of attorney. Now what did the power of attorney say was this house, who was this person's property, is now the property of this broker. The broker can sell it, license it, rent it out to anybody at whatever feasible amount they want, and the owner of the house, who was so and so person, will not stop us against it. Priyanka madam, your mic has been unmuted. Please, can you mute it? Okay. So, will you ever be so careless about your house? No, we are never that careless. But what happened here was, do you think the publication house was were the people, or the journal were the people you were writing the paper for? See, you wanted your paper to get published, sure, but they are just a platform provider. They are the mere brokers. You write these papers for the other intellectual people across India or across the world, so they can see your work, and they can actually learn from it, or they can provide with more inputs into the project, right? Now, what the publication house does is, when they get the NOC signed from you, they apply the copyright as the owner of the work. They do not give you the ownership, they file it as the owner of the work, which is so wrong. What should have actually happened was, before giving it to the publication house, you should have applied it as the owner of the work. And the publication house can reapply the copyright as the publisher of the work. Yes, there is an option for it. But because you did not apply it, they clearly knew. So now they will apply as the owner of the work, and for your work, you will have to pay. uh, I had a very good client. I still have them as a very good client, and they wanted to write a book after publishing multiple papers. Okay, so when they decided to, publish the publish the book, because they had published multiple papers on it, the publication house came down to claim rights on it. They were like, you know what, we own the copyright of it now, because you want to publish the paper with similar content from this article, and we own the copyright. Now you will be liable to pay us. This can happen, this do happen. And now, because now you're aware about what copyright is, you have to be a bit careful in this matter. Do not give your work away for free. Okay, so that is all about copyright. If you want to file for a copyright, it's a 5 minute procedure. There is a government website called copyright.gov.in. That's the official Indian database where you can go and file for your application. Okay, so just go and check it out once, and do not give your work away for free. Do not use somebody else's work which is available online for free, because if they have a copyright, they can come knocking on your doors any day. Okay, so that's the importance of copyright. I hope it was quite clear. And if you have any doubt, please put it in the chat box. Okay, so the next topic that we are discussing here is trademark. Trademark helps to protect a brand's identity. Now, let's say you want to buy something. Let's say you want to buy some medicine, or let's say you want to buy a generic item that you use day to day, like a soap or a face wash or a shoe or a t-shirt. How do you know which brand it is? Usually, the brand is recognized by its name, logo, symbol, taglines, and even jingles. All these things are protected under trademark. So, whenever you see a brand name, you might have seen the symbol TM or R, right? That means the brand is protected under trademark. So, whenever you go to the market and interact with any of these products are protected under trademark. Not just this, even trademark protects smell, voice, dialogue, three-dimensional design. These things are also protected under trademark. Recently, I saw a news where a company got trademark on a smell, a rose smell that is released from the tire. So they built a tire and they gave the rubber a smell of a rose petal. So that smell which comes out from the rubber tire is actually protected under trademarking. It's a recent trademark that has been provided by the trademark registry. So when you create a unique smell, or if you have a product, you want to give it a name, or if you purchase a product in the market and you want to authenticate whether it's from an official brand, usually it might have been protected under trademark. Trademark gives a brand its identity. It helps the company to protect its brand such that no similar brand can be launched into the market. Like for example, see, whenever one person applies for a trademark, the trademark is protected by the government in three format. One is the spelling of the brand. Definitely, you cannot change the spelling of a brand. And let's say the Nike spelling is Nike, and you are like, you know what, Nykie. No, you cannot change it. Why? Because even the pronunciation is validated. So I have so many people coming up and they are like, you know what, madam, spelling to alag alag hai na. The government is not stupid. They are going to validate the spelling, the pronunciation, both. The third is the look and feel. Now, here in the screen, you can see a puma and poodle logo. Now, puma, poodle, both are different animals. They spell different, their pronunciation is different. But can you see the logo looks similar? There is a poodle jumping and there is a puma jumping, right? So, even if it portrays a similar logo, it can create confusion in front of the people who are not, let's say, very well educated. So that is where the trademark protects. So you need to be very careful even in that circumstances. You cannot make a logo look similar. Now, in the medical sector, here, can you see that the brand name looks kind of similar, or they tried to create the confusion? Now betadine we all know, but betakind, when they try to apply, it will create a controversy. Can you see the Dettol and the Deltol bottle? Just a letter they are swapping. This is not allowed. If it looks same, if it sounds same, or if it seems same, it will create an issue. So you have to be very careful. Okay. So every time a brand name is applied for trademarking, the government will check both. Sorry, three things: the spelling, the pronunciation, and the way it looks. All the three are protected under trademark. Okay. So I hope trademark is quite clear. And trademark, we did not want to elaborate much because it relates to a brand's identity. If tomorrow you want to start your own company, you want to start your own brand, then you can protect it under trademark. That is it. Okay. Now, the third thing, the third topic, which I think most of you are here for, is patent. Okay. So, how patent has been protected? Patent, before we talk about patent, let's talk about innovation. So any form of innovation which has a practical, technical implementation is protected under patent. Now, why did I say that a practical, technical implementation? See, when you apply for a copyright, now let's say you have a research paper and you apply for a copyright, it protects the expression of the work. That means how you have written something, what are the words that you have used, how you are trying to explain something is protected under copyright. It always protects the expression of the work. That is why you can see that a same topic is written into multiple books in different format by different authors. So if you have a topic that you want to present, the presentation is protected under copyright. But when you want to protect the core idea, the way it works, the components, working mechanism, the design structure, that is where patent comes into picture. Whenever you decide to apply for a patent, the government is going to ask you two questions. One is why are you doing it? And second, how are you going to do it? If you have the answer to both the questions, you can apply for a patent. So basically, innovation is protected in two ways. One is called a patent, which is called by different names in India. That is utility patent, method patent, process patent, mechanism patent, idea patent. All these are utility patents. The other is the design patent. Okay, so design and utility. We need to understand the difference between both to understand how we can protect the work that we have been doing. Now, you are working on so many research projects, right? So, there are different types of IPR that can be protected under it. So, the main intention of this session is to identify that if I have a work, what all categories I can place my product into. Now, let's understand the difference between a design application and a utility application. Here, for example, you can see multiple bottles on the screen, right? Now, the companies like Bisleri, Kinley, Aquafina, Himalaya, Tata, they sell water. But is it just the water that brings the identity to the product? No. If you go to the, a restaurant or, you're just traveling, you went into a shop, you will identify the bottle. Ah, this is Bisleri, this is Kinley because of the shape of the bottle. Correct? The shape of the bottle brings out the identity of a product. Or you can sense ki acha ye to iska bottle hai. So they sell the water by changing the shape of a product. When a product's shape is of importance, you apply for a design application. Now there comes a brand that is called Milton. Now Milton said that we don't want to sell bottles, we don't want to sell water, we want to sell bottles in the market. Now, what type of bottle? They should be reusable, eco friendly, and they should retain the temperature of the fluid which is filled into it. Now, if you have used Milton bottles, we all have. Like from a very young age, we had that bottles which we used to wear it on our neck and go to school, right? Now, that bottle used to retain the cold water for 8 hours. It was a big pride for us, right? When we were in school, you were like, you know what? मेरा बॉटल 8 घंटे तक पानी ठंडा रखता है. It was a big thing in during our summer schools. If you have used a Milton bottle, you know that it can retain the temperature. What did Milton do was it changed the components, the property, the working and utilization of a normal bottle. From a plastic bottle, they made into a metallic bottle with the material which can help to retain the temperature of the water without additional mechanism. See, you cannot see buttons or components or circuitry inside a bottle, right? It looks like a plain bottle. Even with just that material, it was able to retain the temperature of water for, let's say, 8 hours to 24 hours. I've seen hot bottles which can retain temperature for 24 hours. That's the beauty of patenting. When you want to secure the idea, the method, component, process, mechanism, you apply for a utility patent. Okay. Now, who can actually apply for patent? Now, this has been पहले मैं ये समझाती नहीं थी क्योंकि मुझे लगता था लोगों को पता ही है, but now I think it's necessary. Anybody can apply for a patent who have an innovative idea. What do I mean by anybody? Means it can be an individual person, it can be group of people, it can be an educational institute, it can be a combination of educational institute and startup, it can be a combination of educational institute and students and faculties, it can be any combination. And do you need a lawyer or attorney for it? No, it's not compulsory. See, why do we hire experts is because we want the process to go very smoothly. They know the terms and conditions, they know the rules and regulations. That is why we hire them. But does that mean that you as an individual cannot file it? No, that's not true. Even if you have a complete technical knowledge of what patent filing is, how to file it, you can definitely do that. So any individual can file, a patent agent or attorney can file, and any entity, that means any educational institute or a startup, can also file by themselves. Okay, so the government only has four requirements. One is the idea should be novel. Novel means it should be unique, which has never been discussed before. Second is inventive. Inventive means the method of implementation should be different to get a different output, which has never been disclosed before. So even if you are using common components, but in a way or format that which has never been disclosed before, it comes down to the category of inventiveness. The third is industrially applicable. What does industrially applicable means? It should be useful for the industry. Means industry means it can be helpful for the people also, and it should be reproducible in the industry. ऐसा कोई formulation नहीं होना चाहिए जो industry में recreate ना हो सके. So it should not be that format. Okay. And fourth is it should not fall under non-patentability criteria. So in India, we have non-patentability criteria from A to I think P. Okay. So P includes traditional knowledge. Now, what does non-patentability means is that uh, if see there are few things and I'll just explain few bits of it. There is a difference between discovery and invention. Do understand, if you discover something, what does a discovery mean? That the product, the component, the animal, the plant was already existing, you just found it. You have seen people coming up that they discovered this plant in the Amazon, they discovered this animal in the Amazon. If you discover something, it cannot be an invention. And understand why. Invention restricts others from using it without the permission of the inventor. So let's say you discovered a plant, or let's say you discovered a comic example. लेते हैं. Newton discovered gravitational force. We all know that, right? Now let's say if Newton came up and was like, you know what? Because now I have discovered gravitational force and you all need to use it, you will be paying me 5 rupees for each day to use the gravitational force. Imagine you have to pay for using the gravitational force without which you cannot survive for till you're alive. Will that be possible? No, that's not possible. That's because gravitational force exists karta tha. Some person came up and they were like, you know what, this force is called gravitational force. It does not mean that if we wouldn't have discovered it, wo exist hi nahi karta. No, that is why government came up that anything that is discovered cannot be claimed inventive by somebody. But if you invented something from the material already available and this has never been disclosed before, you can apply it for a patent. Okay. Patent helps you to restrict others and you can decide who can use it. So that's the power of invention. Okay. Second, any form of traditional knowledge or any product which can cause harm to human, animals, and plants cannot be patented. Now, see, there is a hypocrisy in this. If you have a formulation, let's say you invented a poison. Now, that poison can kill human. If you write it anywhere, they won't let you apply for a patent. But let's say you discovered a pesticide or you discovered a medicine which can kill the worms inside the stomach. See, a poison which can kill something that is alive, if taken in a higher concentration, can also kill humans to a certain extent, yes. But when you apply for a patent, if you show the benefit that it helps to kill worms or pests, and it helps plants and it helps humans, the hypocrisy is because it is helping us, you can apply for a patent. Anywhere it showcases that it can cause harm to humans, you cannot apply. Okay, so there is always a twist in non-patentability. The other is traditional knowledge. If you have used a combination of products which is generically available, let's say we all know that tulsi, neem, haldi, these are very medicinal plants, right? Now, if you say that if you use, we have a decoction in which we have boiled haldi, neem, tulsi, loving, and all these jadi booty. And now this decoction, when you drink it twice a day, it will be very helpful and it can cure your cough, cold, or any even COVID if you want. Great. The government will say this is like a Ayurvedic nuska, you cannot use it. But there I will be explaining you, like I'll be trying to explain you what Ayush scheme is. Now that was the biggest move by the government of India. I'll be explaining you how, if you have prepared such a decoction, you can apply for a patent. Okay, so see, when I say that patent can be applied by anybody, this slide is just to show how young kids at the age of 9 and 7 became youngest innovators across India. See, Rideshwar Bhatti, he was born with a lot of health issues. He was physically handicapped, had a lot of breathing issues. But even with all that, at the age of 9, he came up with a new design for a chessboard where 32 and 64 players can play chess at the same time. That was his invention. We lost him in this pandemic. He was hardly 17 years old when we lost him to pandemic. But before leaving us, he became a legend in himself. He became India's first youngest patent holder. He received awards by the President of India for his innovation mindset and multiple other awards by the state chief minister and the innovation minister and so many other people. That's the privilege you get if you have an innovative mindset. Vishalini from Tamil Nadu build houses and automatic setting up bamboo houses for the people who are affected by the floods. Okay. Do you think ki Vishalini at the age of 7 got hammers and nails and started building houses? No. She just came up with a concept which she could technically prove, received patents for it, and now she became a brand ambassador for Lifebuoy to help the people victims of flood in Tamil Nadu at the age of 7. She is currently one of the record holders in India in Indian Book of Records. See, that's the privilege you get if you have innovation. See, लोगों को ऐसा लगता है कि पेटेंट तो आजकल सब अप्लाई कर रहे हैं. Yes, there may be so many people who are trying to apply for a patent, but understand the importance of it. In the population of 140, 150 crore, like our country, only hardly 1 lakh patent is being filed across India. Even with so many people rushing to file for a patent, we are not reaching a criteria above 1 lakh. And so imagine 150 crore की आबादी में, if you are one of the person who is holding, see, 1 lakh is only being applied, the approved number is less than in hundreds, okay, just like 200, 300. So if you have a patent, the first thing is you are the sole person to hold that right in the entire world. वो आइडिया का जन्म एक ही बार हो सकता है. So when you apply for a patent, you are the sole person to hold that idea in the entire world. And second, in such a big population, you are the sole person who got rights over it. It's a big privilege. That is why patent, even with so many people, buying patents, selling patents, doing all these things, the person who still holds a utility patent has a lot of privilege and prestige in the education sector, in the commercial sector, and in the national sector. So do understand the importance of it. So these are few of the very young innovators in who has been filing patents with MyCrave. Vraj became the first youngest patent holder in the sector of space technology. Currently, he is working in for a product in the space technology. He was in the newspapers yesterday. He has applied for a patent with us in last year, and now he's building that product with few of the government people, and he's making it a space technology right now. Arav is only 9 years old. He represented India at an international level for a medical equipment made for the old age people. He's only 9 years old. I have seen that child coding. See, when you see these kids, you might think, you know what, ha, unke parents ne kiya hoga. No. I know these kids personally. They were 9 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old when I met them, when they had their innovation, and they were awarded by people across. They are sincerely appreciated because they came up with that idea on themselves, by themselves. They are not the people whose parents pushed them. They did it for themselves. So Arav and Braj last year got the privilege to sit in the panel of Startup India to address startups in India, and it was a big deal. Okay, so patent gives you that. So these people are from Gujarat actually. Braj is from Baroda. Arav is from I think Baroda. Yes, Kriva is also from Baroda. So we have these kids who are just around us who can build technology. We are much elder. We are much advanced in thinking. So it's not a big deal for us too. Okay, so as I told you, what cannot be patented, we have already discussed. Now, talking about the Ayush scheme. See, this is something because I know that you have been working with medicines and medical formulations, and you all do this. So let's understand what government did. Government said that if you have a novel formulation, now, what does novel formulation means? If you are using ingredients which are generically available, now let's say neem, tulsi, haldi, and all these things, and you decide to make a preparation. But if you have a proportion, a composition which states कि इतना परसेंट हल्दी, इतना परसेंट नीम, इतना परसेंट तुलसी को इतने मात्रा में इतने टाइम के लिए गर्म करें. If you're making a composition by heating it for this much time, cooling it for this much time, making into a thin layer of something, doing all that procedure, if you can state a step by step perfect combined composition, like we do it in a medical, when we do an what do you call the English medicines, when we create them, if you have a proportion to it, you can apply for a patent in that also. Novel dosage form, this was a brilliant move. See, a few months back, I have a client who came up with a treatment method for the patient after the delivery. Now I think she was in the sector of nursing or medical, I do not remember, but she was in your science background. So she came up, she's like, lavender oil has a very soothing mechanism. So she came up with a medical dosage formulation where she created a bath for these new mothers who had a very painful delivery, and the lavender oil, in which proportion, to how much hour, what temperature of water when added, and when the body is dipped into the water, how many times a day it can relieve pain. With the statistic report, she showed that, and she got a patent for it. See, getting a patent is only difficult when you're talking hypothetical. You people are already very advanced in your own field. You have been doing experimentation, dealing with patients every day. You have such a big test case reports. So, whatever data you have, if you can prove that it is actually happening, you can apply for a patent very easily under IUS scheme and have a report for it. See, I believe the last session was regarding how to get a funding and how to show that your idea has potential. When you build an idea, if you have an IPR secured idea which has a proof that this is something that nobody has ever disclosed before, it will always help you with your funding, because it shows a project which nobody has discussed and something innovative will come out of India if this project is effectively funded. So if you have an IPR, it will always prove beneficial even when you go for funding. We have so many students who have gone abroad to study with an IPR in the portfolio with better scholarships. We have seen people getting easily placed because the IPR shows that you have an out of the box thinking perspective. You can see things which others can't, you can prove things which others can't. So that is what IPR does to your portfolio. Okay, standardized extraction or process technique. Let's say you want to extract pineapple something, or you want to extract apple something. So the process to extract the exact efficient thing from that product, or plant extract of some sort, the exact procedure, temperature, mechanism, product, component which you have created for the extraction process can also be applied for a patent. Okay. Therapeutic use, novel combination, device or kit. If you have designed a kit, using which you can treat a patient, you can use for patient care, you can apply for a patent easily. Okay, so now I'll take few examples which we use in day to day to understand कि जब ये चीजें भी पेटेंट होती है ना तो कुछ भी पेटेंट हो सकता है. Okay, like for example, the toothbrush that you use, right? Now there was a time where people used to brush using their fingers, like even still, I have seen where parents की हाथ से दबा के ब्रश करो ताकि दांत अलाइन रहे, the teeth won't come out. So I have seen that also happening. But let's say you're using a toothbrush today, and after, you do know that, right, toothbrush has to be changed every 3 months. Now let's say you go to the market and you decide to buy a new toothbrush. Will you buy the exact model that you have right now, the toothbrush? Okay. Will you buy the model of toothbrush that you currently have? No. We go toothbrush shopping. If you see a new design in the market, you will definitely want to get that, because the instrument that you use once or twice a day just for a minute or two, still you want something new, right? The toothbrush manufacturing companies know that they want their audience to be happy. That is why they come up with new designs, bristle, crisscross, flexi head with a tongue cleaner at the bottom. So they have to come up with so many patterns because we as customers want that. Do you know how much revenue these people earn from you? Let's say India has a population of 140 crores. Let's say 50%, let's say 70 crore people in a day use a toothbrush. And it's always recommended to change the toothbrush once in every 3 months. But because we are Indians, I have seen the household where we do not change the toothbrush till it starts looking at us like this. It's all blown up. And so in a year we might change. Let's say 70 crore people change their toothbrush once in a year. And the toothbrush is, let's say, 10 rupees. I know they are not so cheap. If a toothbrush worth 10 rupees is being changed every 1 year by 70 crore people, the revenue of a toothbrush manufacturing company per year is 700 crore. So if we think that innovation at a smaller scale has no value, actually you should think again. Have you ever thought of the instruments that you're using at your hospitals? The smaller the instrument, the larger the scale it is being used, and the larger the scale it's being used, the revenue generated from it is also much, 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 much larger. The easiest example is the bandage, the syringe, the needle, everything that you're using in day to day life. Let's take a few more examples in your sector. Now, the thermometers, okay, that we have been using for ages, generations. Can you see the technology that changed? There was a time, right, where you had to put the thermometer into your mouth, wait for a few seconds, and then it will, the mercury will rise. Then the parent will take the thermometer out of the mouth, then check the level of the mercury and tell you, oh, 101 bukhar hai, it's very bad, right? That changed, right? Then came the digital thermometer. You just have to put it into your mouth. The digital screen will tell, yeah, and it's okay, 98.6 is fine, no problem. Okay. Then uh, during the COVID, that's the best time where I saw this. The distance thermometer means दूर से ही देख लो, कोई touch वच नहीं करना है किसी को. The infrared thermometers where you can from the very distance you can check if that person has a fever or not, right? So when the technology changed, here as you can see, when the design is changing, you can apply for a design application for sure. But when the method, component, mechanism, everything started changing, you apply for a utility patent. Even in small things like injections. See, there was time where the injections had a plain surface. Then there came a time where injections had, grippers, ताकि वो आप smoothly पकड़ सके, वो slip ना हो जाए आपके हाथ से. Then now there are smart syringes which can tell you to what ml the syringe is actually filled if there is a bubble or anything of that sort. Now that extent of syringes are also available in the market. They are not use and throw ones. They are very expensive ones. They are also use and throw ones, but they are very expensive. But yes, technology is changing, and if you come up with an idea, you can apply for a patent. In last few months we are working with so many nursing colleges across India, and I think one of my experience was with Bharati Vidyapeeth in Mumbai, and they came up with two of the technologies where they were helping, which was helpful for the patient. See, in the nursing sector, the problem that they initially told me was the patients were completely bedridden. To clean them, it's quite difficult, and when we handle them, it's also a lot of discomfort for them. So they came up with a bedding mechanism where the bed was designed in such a fashion that the patient can be smoothly lifted and rotated without creating a discomfort for them or for the medical assistants. You are the people who are very closely interacting with the patient. You understand problems more than the doctors. See, the doctors can identify the diseases, but you are the people who actually understand, interact with the people or the patient who are admitted into those hospitals. There are so many small problems. The other invention which they came up was after a surgery. I think it was a spine surgery or something of that sort. The patient has to be moved, right? So they have to start walking to see if there is some sort of problem with the surgery, right? If I'm wrong somewhere, please do excuse me, but it was a walker. Now what they told me was, when they use the walker, there are times where they apply wrong pressure to the wrong side of the body. So they wanted the walker to see that the pressure which is applied by their hand or the angle of the body is correctly maintained such that the patient does not cause more harm than good. And they created a walker analyze they created a device which a walker device which was self analyzing depending upon the body weight, the movement that the patient was doing. These are not the invention which was designed by engineers. These are the problems that were identified by the people in your sector. They told that these are the problems in the healthcare or in the patient care sector, and they came up with very effective solutions for it and applied for a patent. This is which is ongoing. It's just applied in, I think, 2025 end. It's still ongoing, and I think we'll have a registered patent by the end of this year. So applying for patent is not a big problem or a big tension wala cheez nahi hai. Just find a solution which can be implemented, which is different to what people have ever seen in the market. And if you have a detailed technical solution for it, you can apply for a patent. You don't need a prototype at the initial stage to apply for it. But yes, if you have a proper case study, if you have a proper test case reports, if you have a proper documentation, the patent can be easily approved. Okay. So for applying for a design application, it's quite simple. You just need 7 views. That is the top, bottom, left, right, top, right side and angled view. That means, let's say this is a mobile phone. So there are 7 views. That is the front view, the rear view, the left, the right, top, bottom, and a perspective view. That's it. So if you have 7 views, you can apply for a design application. But when you apply for any patent, the most major thing that you need to do first, or you decide to go into any idea sector, you want to have a research on some sector, the first and foremost thing that you need to do is a prior art search. Prior art search means verifying, validating where your innovation stands. That means आज तक कितना काम हो चुका है और आपको कहाँ से स्टार्ट करना है, because it helps you to not waste your time in something that has already been done. You can start from where it needs to be implemented. Okay, so prior art has to be done everywhere. That means any form of research paper, patents published in India, outside India, any commercial products available in the market, everything has to be researched. Okay, so once you have done with that, you'll be quite confident that your idea is unique, and then you can move ahead with the patent filing. Okay, so that is it all about innovation. And if you have any doubts or queries, you can just reach down to us. The one and foremost thing, see, I know you all are part of academics. See, as I told you, we have been doing these seminar sessions across India for such a long time. And now, Microwave, under Invent Mission, we are planning to educate 5 lakh people in the next 3 years. So if you have more contacts or associations, please do let them know that we take such free lectures online for free. If you have more people, you can just ask them to get more educated about or get a transparent knowledge about IPR and help us and connect with us under Invent Mission. So thank you, everyone. If you have any doubts or queries, you can just unmute yourself and ask, or else please put it into the chat box. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Does anyone have any questions? If you have any questions, you can ask directly or drop your questions in the chat box. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an engaging and insightful session. You have shown us that every innovative your guidance and inspiring perspective have encouraged us to value our creativity and transform our research into meaningful contributions for society. We are truly grateful to you, ma'am. Now we are going to head for a lunch break for an hour. We'll resume back sharp at 2 p.m. So I request all the participants to join back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Hello.
I went to put on the
तो स्क्रीन शेयरिंग ऐसे होगा वो लोग बोलेंगे उसका वो आएगा ना, वो देखते स्लाइड मूव होते हैं उसका बात है। उनका वो बोला तो 5 मिनट हाँ
उन्हें भी बुलाओ ना एक बार जी।
Michael.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, a very warm welcome to each one of you. As we often say, a refreshed mind is a receptive mind, and I'm sure that we all are ready to continue this wonderful journey ahead. Let us now begin with our afternoon sessions lined up for today. So, our next session is regarding RCTs, that is randomized control trials. Randomized control trials remain the highest level of scientific evidence in clinical research. Proper planning, implementation, ethical conduct, and transparent reporting of RCTs contribute significantly to high quality publications and evidence based healthcare. So, before handing over the session to Sir, I would like to briefly introduce Sir's exemplary academic background and professional expertise. Dr. T. Shivabalan Sir is a professor and principal at CHMES Monsala Institute of Nursing, Nashik, Maharashtra. With over 23 years of experience in nursing education, research, and administration. Sir has served in key academic leadership roles and contributed to various university committees. Sir is a recognized PG and PhD supervisor, having guided 34 postgraduate dissertations and 9 doctoral scholars. Sir has published 27 research articles in PubMed, Scopus, and Web of Science Index journals, authored a textbook on nursing research and statistics, contributed chapters to 3 books, and served as a reviewer for 2 books. Sir's academic excellence has been recognized through the Linnaeus Farm International Scholarship and the FAIMER Fellowship, reflecting his commitment to advancing nursing education and research. So it gives me immense pleasure to invite respected Dr. T. Shivabalan sir to deliver his session on RCTs as the gold standard in clinical research publications. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your introduction. Just I will share the PPT, then we'll go for it.
Sir, good afternoon,
Yes,
sir. This is nursing principal speaking, sir. Happy to see you. First time I'm seeing. I welcome you for this session, sir.
Yes. No, thank you, madam. Thank you, madam, for giving me the opportunity to be a part of your conference. And
Yes,
we'll most likely in the coming days or coming months, we'll likely to meet in person in the university.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Miss, you all can able to see the slide, madam?
Yes, sir. The screen is visible, sir.
Yeah, it is moving. Next slide is moving, madam.
Sir, slides are not visible, just the screen is visible.
Okay. No, it is not moving. The slides are not moving after one after the
No,
other.
sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Miss, now you can able to see the slides, madam, moving?
No, sir.
Nice. Okay. Just give us few minutes, then we'll try to rectify.
Sir, once you will open the PPT, then you will select if the share option, then it will be visible.
Okay, one second.
Everything good. Now,
Yes, sir. PPT is visible, sir.
Okay, one second.
Yes, sir. PPT was visible, sir.
No,
okay.
just you see whether it is moving. Next slide.
No, sir. Slides are not moving, but the PPT has been opened. Now it is moving.
Now it is moving.
Yes, sir. Now it is moving.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then thank you, madam, for your brief introduction, and again thank you for Sumandeep Vidyapeeth Nursing College for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this conference on research. Means anyway, I will be teaching or I will be discussing regarding the RCT, randomized control trial, as a gold standard in clinical research publication. Firstly, my warm greetings and best wishes to Sumandeep Vidyapeeth for organizing this wonderful conference, and the best wishes from Central Hindu Military Education Society, Bosla Institute of Nursing, Nasi, and the participants and the faculties from Sumandeep Vidyapeeth. If you are likely to come to Maharashtra, do visit us to Nasi, and we have a very good two temples are available. One is on Kalaram Mandir, and one more is a Trambakeshwar Shivling Mandir. If you are visiting to Nasi, try to visit to our Bosla Institute of Nursing, and we will able to take care of you. The outline of my presentation is I will be speaking about what is meant by research, what is the good impact research, what is the meaning of randomized control trial, and what are the key important components or the key factors we have to consider when you conduct the randomized control trial studies, and what are the different types of RCTs you can able to do it in your nursing practice, and what is the meaning of good clinical practice, and what is the purpose of having CTRI, Clinical Trial Registry of India, and what is the most important thing is the standard reporting guidelines, how we can go for publication of randomized control trial, how we can make it one of the important gold standards in the nursing practice. Research, because most of them will be knowing, I am not going into more definition oriented. Research, it is the organized, systematic or structured way of finding answer to your question or testing your hypothesis. It is very scientific process, and when you do your research work you can able to generate a new body of knowledge, and that most importantly the body of knowledge can be generalizable. It has to be applicable to the entire population. That is called as a research. And again, when you do research, it should be a useful one, useful to the society, patient, for your profession, and it should be a measurable. You can able to identify what is the impact of your research. It should be a measurable one, and it should be meaningful one. It should be meaningful, measurable and useful one at the bedside as well as at the community level as well as in the across the healthcare delivery system. Then only we can say the research is a quality research. Now, what is the meaning of high impact research? High impact research, it is the research which has the ability to change your clinical practice, which will have the ability to influence your healthcare policies, which has the ability to change your guidelines, which will has the ability to improve the patient outcomes. Then only we call it as the research is a high impactful research. The research is not only for sake of conducting your or getting your degrees or certification. The research should have the influence, should have the impact on the clinical practice. It should influence the healthcare policies. It should influence the clinical care guidelines. It should give us a evidence to carry out the nursing practices. Then only we can call them the research as a impactful research. And again, as I said, the research must be meaningful. It should be rigorous. Rigorous is nothing but more scientific. You should not compromise on the scientific qualities or scientific nature of your research studies. It should be rigorous and it should be useful to the society in terms of patient, family, community, society, profession, country as a whole. Then only we can call it as a high impact research. And the research, whatever research you select, it should be an important one. The problem, the statement of your problem should be important. And when we are using the important research problem, we have to ensure that we are using the material and methods are strong. Scientific material and proper material methods has to be used, and it should have the real world application. It should be applied into the practice. And again, when you conduct these particular research activities, most important thing, we should go for a proper clear communication to the societies or other stakeholders, thereby our findings are known to others. Ultimately our findings can be useful for them to implement in their clinical practice. Then only we can say it is a impactful research, the research which has a high impact once you have these kind of characteristics. This is the hierarchy of evidence. Most of them will be knowing there are 7 levels of hierarchy levels of evidences. The first level, the level 1 is the randomized control trial. Meta-analysis of the randomized control trial is the highest level of evidences. The second level is that the well-designed randomized control trial. The single well-designed randomized control trial is the second level. And when you have a meta-analysis of the number of randomized control trial, that comes as the ultimate gold standard for the evidence-based practice. That's why the randomized control trial is the most significant and more scientific research evidences which will be useful as a evidence to change your traditional practice into evidence-based practice. That's a randomized control trial, and meta-analysis of the randomized control trial are the important hierarchy level of evidences. Then third level, you have our experimental studies without randomization. You are selecting the samples purposefully or conveniently. Then that comes under level 3. Then level 4 is the observational type of studies. What we have, case control studies, cohort studies, retrospective studies or prospective studies, that comes under level 4. Level 5 is a systematic review of non-experimental studies, mostly the descriptive studies or qualitative research. We commonly call as a narrative analysis. The systematic reviews of descriptive studies and qualitative studies comes under level 5. Level 6 is the qualitative studies and the descriptive studies, and the lowest level is the case study. Case study and the case report will be considered as the lowest level of evidences. That's why when you see the 7 levels of evidences, randomized control trial is the top level or the gold standard for doing the evidence-based practice. When you do randomized control trial, you are developing the evidences. That evidences has to be practiced in your profession. For that, you need to have a randomized control trials. Yeah, then what is the meaning of randomized control trial? Randomized control trial, it comes under true experimental study, because there is a three categories of research. One is a quantitative research, second one is a qualitative research, third one is the mixed method research, which combines quantitative and qualitative in a single design, is called as a mixed method. Under quantitative research, there are 3 categories. One is called as a true experimentation, second one is called as a quasi-experimentation, third one is called as a pre-experimental study, fourth one is called as a non-experimental studies. Under the quantitative research, the first is the true experimental studies. Under true experimental study, first is the randomized control trial. This randomized control trial comes under true experimental studies, where the participants are randomly allocated to the experimental group or study group or control group. That will be called as a randomized control trial. Means you are allocating the samples, you are allocating the participants to the experimental group or to the control group or to the control group 1, control group 2 randomly. Then it is called as a randomized control trial. Randomized means the selection of samples are done randomly. Control means you have a control group. Trial means experimentation. That's a simple meaning of RCT, randomized control trial. You need to have a minimum of 2 groups when you go for randomized control trial. One group is called as a study group, another group is called as a control group, or in the medical term they called as harm 1, harm 2, harm 3, like that. That is called as a randomized control trial. As I said, randomized control trial is the gold standard for evidences. When you are implementing any kind of evidences, the research should be carried out from the randomized control trial, which is these randomized control trials are commonly used in the health sciences as well as in the social sciences discipline. These are some of the important purposes of conducting the randomized control trial. First thing is you can able to evaluate your effectiveness of your intervention. Whatever intervention you are implementing, you can able to identify what is the effect of intervention on the outcome variables. Understanding, and you can able to identify what is the relationship, cause and effect. Cause is nothing but your intervention, effect is nothing but outcome. What is the relation between your intervention and the outcome? That can be tested with the help of the randomized control trial, and you can able to generate high quality evidences. That's why I told in the earlier also, gold standard. The evidences what you are generating from the randomized control trial, it will be serving as a gold standard for your practice. And again, it will help you to modify your clinical practice guidelines, your policies. That's already I told in the definition only, impact of research, impactful research. That's why when you have a randomized control trial, you can able to change the current clinical practices, current clinical practice guidelines, policies, procedure, you can able to modify it. And again, it will improve the patient outcomes as well as the quality of care what you are providing to the patients. And again, another important purpose, it will help you to bridge the gap between the research and practice. That's why we go for bench to bedside. The research what we do it in the classroom, it should be applicable to the bedside. That's why we call it as a from bench to bedside. That will be done with the help of the randomized control trial. Another important purpose, it provides scientific knowledge. When you do a randomized control trial, you can able to generate scientific body of knowledge. That body of knowledge is called as information, facts, or the awareness. That comes with the help of the randomized control trial. This is the some of the important purposes of conducting the randomized control trial. The key components of RCT, there are 4 important key components. First one is called as a randomization. Already I told you, the selection of samples and allocation of samples to the different groups has to be carried out in a randomized method. That's why you have a different methods of randomization: simple random, lottery method of randomization, stratified randomization, cluster randomization, multi-stage randomization, multi-phase randomization. Like that, you have a different types of randomization. Any one of the method of random method can be used to allocate the samples to the different groups. That is called as a randomization. That is a very important key important components of RCT. Second one is you need to have a control group. When you do RCT, you are doing RCT or you are testing your intervention. That testing of intervention has to be compared with the standard intervention or a placebo intervention. That is the reason you need to have a control group. That's the second important component of RCT. The third one is called as a blinding. Blinding in the sense you have to avoid the researcher bias or sampling bias. That is the reason you have to make sure that the participants, the samples are not aware which group they are going to be allocated. As a sample, I may go into study group or I may go into control group. That's why the patients or the participants will not aware. That is called as a single blinding. Double blinding is nothing but the researcher also will not aware the samples where they are going to control group or study groups. So participants also will not get aware, or the researcher also will not know which patient or which sample is going to which group. That is called as a blinding. Then only you can able to do the randomized control trial in a more scientific manner. Then fourth important component is the outcome. Outcome is nothing but the variable what you are interested, what you are testing for, whether the outcome variables are measured properly or not. What is the difference you are identifying? What is the statistical method you are using to identify the outcome variables effectiveness? This is another important component you have to consider when you go for the RCT. Means randomization, control, blinding and outcome. These are the four important components we have to keep in mind. Then only it will be called as a RCT. Otherwise it is called as a quasi-experimental studies. You are not doing the experimentation with randomization. That's why we said a third level of experiment. Experimentation without randomization, that comes under third level. That will comes under this one. Then when you are stating or when you are formulating your randomized control trial, the research question should be formulated with the format called as a PICOT format. PICOT. P means population or the patient, the person who are involved in your studies. Whether he belongs to study group or he goes to the control group, they are called as a population. Whom you are conducting the study, on which condition or on which disease person you are doing the study is called as a population or the patient. Second component is the intervention, your treatment, your intervention. It can be a teaching program, it can be a new drug, it can be a new vaccine, or it can be a new surgical procedure, it can be a new procedure, medical procedure, or it can be a combination of procedure, anything. That is called as an intervention. You are interested to test the intervention on the outcome variables by doing the study is called as an intervention. Then third component is the comparison. Already we told we need to have a comparison group which is called as a reference group. You need to have a standard interventional group and your interventional group. Thereby you can able to compare what is the difference between these two groups because of your intervention. Then you need to have a outcome. Your problem statement or your research question should mention what is your outcome variables. That we commonly called as the dependent variable. What is your dependent variable in your research? Independent variable is your intervention. That's why you have to identify what is your outcome variable, how you are going to measure it, how you are going to evaluate it. That has to be mentioned in your outcome variables. Final is called as a T. T means a time. What is the time limit you are having for collecting the data and what is the time limit you are having to conduct your research work? That is called as a T. That's it. The PICOT format has to be used whenever you are formulating the research question, and it is very very important when you are formulating the research question for the RCTs, randomized control trials. Yeah, these are some of the key factors when you carry out RCTs. Already we have discussed randomization, blinding we need to have. Another important factor is the adequate sample size. The sample size has to be calculated scientifically. It should be calculated statistically as per the objectives, as per the purpose of the study. Not arbitrarily, I will be having 30 sample size, I will be taking 100 sample, 50 sample. That will not be considered when you go for randomized control trial. That's a randomized control trial requires adequate sample size, and along with the adequate sample size, always we have to calculate the sample size scientifically. and we have to keep minimum 10% of attrition rate. If your sample size is 90, keep your sample size as a 100. 10% attrition rate we have to keep, mainly to avoid the dropouts. Then again you should have a comparable baseline characteristic, that is called as the matching. Whatever samples you are taking, it should be same. I am taking 40 years of age, diabetes mellitus, 40 years of age person, female patient, diabetes mellitus. I have to take the same characteristics of person in study group as well as control group, that is called as a matching. Then you need to have a complete follow up. Low attrition rate we have to ensure. Then you have to assess the outcomes that already we have discussed. And most important thing is appropriate statistical analysis based on your data, nominal data, ordinal data, interval data, ratio data. Based on the data what you are collecting from the participants, that data has to be analyzed by using the appropriate statistical method. Then only you can able to test your hypothesis, or you can able to identify the answer for your objectives. Then another important factor is the registration. Protocol registration means that is nothing but proposal registration or synopsis registration. That registration has to be done under CTRI, Clinical Trial Registry of India, that we will discuss later. Again, the reporting also, whatever research you carry out, whatever findings you are getting, it has to be reported, it has to be communicated. That is called as a publication. That also we will discuss later. Another factor is the ethical conduct. When you do the randomized control trial, make sure that you are following the proper ethical principles of biomedical research, which is given by ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research. They have given the guidelines, they have given the ethical principles, they have given the standard operating procedure for the institutional ethics committee. That guidelines has to be followed whenever you are conducting the randomized control trial. Then this is called as high quality randomized control trial. What it achieves? When you do your randomized control trial with the high quality or a scientific manner, you can able to achieve two things. One is called as a high internal validity. Means high internal validity is nothing but it is nothing but the intervention. Whatever intervention you are doing, that intervention only is giving the effect on the outcome variables. That is called as a internal validity. Means the change what is taken place in the dependent variable is mainly because of your independent variable, not because of any other confounding factors. That is called as high internal validity. When you are following the key important guidelines of the randomized control trial, ultimately you can able to have a high internal validity. Internal validity is nothing but more scientific. Your study is more scientific. It has a randomization, it has a control group, it has controlled the confounding variables, the samples are matching, it has adequate sample size, it is outcome variables are analyzed in appropriate statistical method. Then it is called as a high internal validity. The study is more scientific in nature. Then second important quality of RCT is a good external validity. External validity is nothing but the findings whatever you are getting out of your research, it should be generalizable to the population. It should be repeated in a different settings. It should be repeated in a different sample. Then only we call it as a good quality randomized control trial. That is called as validity. External validity. Internal validity is related to your research. External validity is related to your application of findings. Your findings, how better it is applicable to the general population or the entire population or in different setting, different sample, different scenarios. That is called as a high quality randomized control trial. These are the types of randomized control that I will not go into detail. There are 5 important types. One is called as a parallel group randomized control trial. You will be having a 2 groups, study group and control group. Then the study group and control group participants are allocated randomly, and one group will be getting one treatment and the another group will be getting the different treatment, but the condition will remain same. The patient or the population will have the same condition, but you are using one treatment for the study group, another treatment or the standard treatment or a placebo treatment for another group. That is called as a parallel group or randomized control trial. Second one is called as a crossover randomized control trial. This is called as you will be using the control group, study group, but the intervention you are using for 2 types of intervention. One kind of intervention for a certain period of time, then you go for the placebo effect, residual effect. You give them some time, then followed by another treatment you will be able to give. That is called as a crossover randomized control trial. That's why you see the patient receive drug A for 8 weeks, undergo 4 weeks of washout, then they receive drug B. Then you identify whether the drug A is more effective or drug B is more effective on the same patient. That is called as a crossover randomized control trial. Then cluster randomized control trial, you are not selecting the samples randomly, you are selecting the site, you are selecting the group, or you are selecting the area only as a random. You select the area, all hospitals in the metropolitan city, all schools in the rural areas. You select the areas as a random, that we commonly called as a cluster random sampling. You select the groups, you select the settings, or you select the area randomly rather than the individuals. That is called as a cluster randomized control trial. That's why we are using this. Some of the hospital, corporate level hospital, you select the corporate level hospitals in the metropolitan city and you randomize them to implement the new infection control strategies to see whether there is any improvement, whether there is any reduction in the infection. That is called as a cluster randomized control trial. Then fourth one is called as a factorial. Factorial, you are using the combination of treatment. Combination of treatment means then we have a crossover randomized trial. You are having the combination of treatment, but one treatment is given first, followed by resting period, then you give the second treatment. But the factorial design, here you are using both the treatments simultaneously. That's why you are using a drug A plus exercise. Then one that will be called as a study group. One group arm 2 will be a only drug, arm 3 will be only exercise, arm 4 will be no intervention. That is called as a factorial design. Then you can able to identify which treatment or which intervention is the best intervention, whether drug is effective or exercise is effective, or drug and exercise is combined is best effective. That is called as a factorial type of randomized control trial. Then another fifth type is the adaptive randomized control trial. It is nothing but adaptive is nothing but you are changing your methodologies, you are changing your sample size, you are changing your intervention effect, you are changing your duration of intervention, you are changing your analysis methods. That is called as an adaptive randomized control trial. You may use a parallel randomized control trial, crossover, factorial design, cluster randomized trial. But again, when you are getting the interim results, after pilot study, if you are coming to know that there is no changes with this particular type of treatment, then you go for duration of treatment, you go for increasing. Then you are changing your methodology, you are changing your design. That is called as an adaptive randomized control trial. These are the major 5 important types of randomized control trial which is commonly employed in the medical practice as well as in the nursing practice. Then another thing is called as a clinical trial. Randomized control trial we commonly called as a medical means technological term, but when you do the research work in the hospitals, when you do the research work in the laboratories, then we commonly called as a clinical trial. Clinical trial and RCT more or less is similar only, but clinical trials mainly focusing on your drugs, new drugs, effectiveness of drug, effectiveness of vaccines, effectiveness of new procedures, testing of new intervention, testing of new surgical procedures. These all comes under clinical trials. Clinical trials usually carried out in the pharmacology department as well as in the oncology department or in medicine department, surgery department. Any kind of clinical departments will carry out these kind of clinical trials. And again same thing, clinical trials also will have the randomization, control, manipulation, matching, all the principles has to be followed. These are some of the types of clinical trial. One is called as a treatment trial. Treatment trial focusing on the new type of treatment, new invention of treatment. Prevention trial is focusing on the methodology which will minimize the risk of developing the disease. That is called as a prevention trial. Screening trial, that is the trial which will help you to identify the prevalence of diseases. Diagnostic trial which will help you to identify the diseases, diagnosis of the medical condition. Supportive care trial, it is mainly focusing on improving the well-being, improving the quality of life of people. There we do the educational type of research work, that is called as a supportive care trials. These are some of the types of clinical trials which is carried out in the medical field. Here this is commonly we call it as a good clinical practice or GCP. Good clinical practice is nothing but it is an international ethical and the scientific quality standards. It is a scientific quality standard which is internationally acceptable, which is internationally accepted by the medical fraternity, which has to be followed during your clinical trial or during your randomized control trial. That is called as a good clinical practice. Good clinical practice is nothing but it is an ethical and the scientific standards which has to be followed when you carry out your research work. That is called as a good clinical practice. When you follow the when you are having the good clinical practice, ultimately you can able to protect the rights of the human being, those who are participating in your research, and you can able to safeguard the safety of the individuals, well-being of the individuals, and you can able to give the credible information, accurate information of the data what you are generating out of your research work. And again, the good clinical practice will ensure that all the stakeholders of research, whether he is a sponsorer, whether he is a principal investigator, he is a data collector, he is a data analyzer, or he is a sponsorer, or he is a grant providing agencies, or he is the site, whoever or institutional ethics committee or institutional research committee, whoever belongs to the research area, they all asked to follow the good clinical practice. Ultimately, you can able to do your research work in a more scientific and more comprehensive manner. These are some of the principles. First thing is the respect for person. Already I told you, to safeguard the human rights. That is the ultimate purpose of GCP. When you are respecting the person, dignity, freedom, that comes under concern. That is the first important principle we have to keep in mind under GCP. Second thing is beneficence. We have to ensure that whatever intervention, whatever treatment you are giving to the patient, it is benefiting to the patients than the disadvantage or the drawbacks. That's why it will have a maximum of benefit and minimum of side effects. That is called as a beneficence. We have to ensure our intervention, our treatment is giving maximum benefit than the minimal harmful effects. Then the justice is nothing but a fair treatment. Whether the patient is belong to control group or study group, whether he is male or female, or whether he belong to different religion, different region, everybody has to be treated equally. That is called as, that's why we told in the characteristics, key features matching. When you are making sure that the participants are participating in your research study, you have to match the participant. That comes under the principle of justice. These are some of the important key components. When you do the randomized control trial, the good clinical practice will tell you what is the good study design, what is the good clinical protocols. They give the guidelines. We have to make sure that our protocol, our synopsis are as per their guidelines. Another important component is written informed consent. The patients who are participating in your study, they have to give the written informed consent. That is a mandatory requirement that will be ensured by the GCP, good clinical practice. Then again, a ethics committee approval. That is also important. Whatever research you carry out, it should be approved by the institutional ethics committee. That will be done with the help of the good GCP. And participant well-being, data collection and data management, data monitoring, data quality of data, then adverse event reporting. This is another important thing. When you are doing any kind of drug trial, vaccine trial, if you are doing any kind of new treatment, if the patient is getting any adverse drug reaction or adverse drug events, ADR बोलते हैं उसको, adverse drug reaction or adverse drug events, that has to be immediately reported within 24 hours to the CTRI, Clinical Trial Registry of India. That is called as a good clinical practice. You should not hide the adverse effect of the particular intervention, which should be reported within 24 hours. Then they will be telling the remedial measures, other things that has to be followed as per their guidelines. Then you have to go for the proper data analysis, proper reporting and publication. These are the important components will be there when you go for the good clinical practice. That's the reason most of the universities will be conducting the workshop on research methodology, basic research methodology, advanced research methodology, then the workshop on good clinical practice. Because whenever as a researcher, as a principal investigator, when I carry out the research work, I should follow the certain standards, scientific standards, certain ethical principle I should follow. That is called as a good clinical practice. Here comes a clinical trial, means the Clinical Trial Registry of India, CTRI. Means whenever you carry out any kind of research work, whether experimental research study, randomized control trial, any kind of research, you have to go for CTRI registration. It is free online public record system which was launched by ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research. It is launched in the year 2007, and from 2009 it is mandatory. Any research, any biomedical research or any experimental type of research, any PG dissertation, any PhD studies, any research, any Ayush research, Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, any research you do it in the complementary medicine, that research also has to be registered. It is a mandatory requirement which was given by the Drugs Controller General of India, DCGI. DCGI, there it is as per their direction, it is mandatory requirement from 2009. If you do any kind of experimental study, you have to make sure that your study is registered under CTRI, Clinical Trial Registry of India. And again, every journals, every biomedical journals in India, whenever they are publishing your research article, they ask for the CTRI registration number. If your research is not having the registration number, your article or your research work will not be published in the journals. That is a very, very important purpose of doing the CTRI registration. Again, whenever you do any kind of intervention, whether drug study, surgical procedure, preventive study, lifestyle modification, educational studies, behavioral studies, rehabilitation studies, every studies has to be registered under CTRI. And again, Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, their discipline research work also has to be registered under CTRI. And again, it has to be reported. The PG research studies and PhD studies also has to be registered under CTRI. It is a mandatory requirement for given by the DCGI. And again, this IEC approval, Institutional Ethics Committee approval, the Drugs Controller General of India approval also is very, very important for the CTRI registration. And if you are doing any research study which is multi-country in nature, it is involved with the different countries, then you have a platform called as a International Clinical Trial Registration Repository. That platform you have to register. ICTRP, International Clinical Trial Registration Platform. That is called as a clinical trial registration. Here comes the standard reporting guidelines. Whenever you carry out any kind of research work, there is a standard guideline, standard format of reporting. There are this randomized control trial. Now we have the RCT. RCT has to be reported by following the checklist called as a Consolidated Standards of Reporting the Clinical Trials. There is a standard format, around 3 pages of format it is there, around 28 components. That with that components your research has to be published or your research has to be presented. That is called as a consult checklist. Whenever you do RCT, this is the format you have to use it. Then other studies, if you are doing observational type of studies, non-experimental type of study, then the format is called as a STORE, strengthening the reporting of observational studies in epidemiology. If you are doing the systematic review or meta-analysis, you have to follow the PRISMA chart, preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis. If you are doing any diagnostic studies, then the format is called as a STAND format, standards for reporting the diagnostic accuracy studies. These are the different formats, different reporting guidelines you have to follow for reporting, for presentation or publication of your findings to the societies. For the randomized control trial, you have to use the CONSORT form, Consolidated Standards of Reporting Trial. These are the different forums where you can go for publication, where you can go for the dissemination. Dissemination is nothing but you are communicating your findings to the society. There are different ways you can communicate, you can disseminate your information. First thing is a study site. The area or the setting where you are conducting your research work, that area has to be informed. This is the study we are carried out, this is the outcome we have received, and this outcome can able to change the practice. That is the one area where you can communicate. Second thing is the conferences. You can able to communicate your information into the participation in the conferences, faculty development program, continuing nursing education program. You can participate, then you can communicate your findings in the form of presentation, podium presentation, paper presentation, poster presentation. That is another form where you can go for communication. Another thing is the journals. Journals is the another area, it plays very important role for publishing the randomized control trial. These journals has to be a indexed journal, PubMed, Web of Science and Scopus. This is a standard, universally accepted standard scientific publication database, Web of Science, Scopus and PubMed. These journals will be acceptable to the scientific community. Thereby, whenever you do any kind of research, not only RCT, any kind of research, it should be published in the indexed journal, PubMed index journal, Web of Science index journal or Scopus index journal, or it should be published with the UGC CARE listed journal. There you will able to have the maximum number of access. More importantly, you should not go for publication of predatory journals. The journal which will be asking for money, they will ask for 10,000 rupees as a processing fees, then they will publish your article. That is not going to serve the purpose. You have to publish or you have to communicate your findings to the journals which is indexed in the database like Web of Science, Scopus and PubMed. That is the very, very important thing, because that will help you to identify your research credentials, your number of citations, your H index, I10 index. These how many number of citation was there on the particular article, that will be there with the help of this indexing status. That's why when you are publishing in a predative journals, then your citation will not be improved, your H index will not improve, or I10 index will not improve. Then you can communicate your findings to the social medias, or you can communicate the information through medias, newspapers, magazines, manuscript. These all things can be done to publish. Another thing is that you can communicate your findings to the nursing professional bodies, nursing association. You can report your findings to the Trained Nurses Association of India. You can report it to the Nursing Research Society of India, report to Critical Care Nursing Society, or you can report to Psychological Nursing Association. Like that, there are number of nursing association, nursing organization. You can communicate your findings. Thereby, they will incorporate your findings in their policies, in their guidelines, in their practices. That is the reason you have to go for the dissemination. That's a common code when the research is not completed unless it is published. And the recent quote is research is not completed unless it is implemented. You have to go for publication. After publication, it should be implemented in your clinical practice. Then only the research is completed. Otherwise, the research is not completed. It is a research is half done. These are some of the important characteristics of good research publication. When you go for research publication, you should have a clear research statement. I said the pie chart format. Research clear statement, and the research question, the research problem should be focused on your research question. And it should be a scientific in nature. Your material and methods, your methodology should be very, very scientific. There should not be any compromise. There should not be any errors, sampling error, methodological error, data collection error, data analysis error, sample allocation error, sampling error. These all errors should not be there. Then only you can able to publish your research work in the scientific journals. Then again, when you go for a publication, it is important to have a approval, Institutional Ethics Committee approval, and they will ask you to submit the written informed consent, sample copy of written informed consent. Then you have to make sure that you are using the appropriate statistical analysis for analyzing the data as per the objectives, as per the hypothesis. And the reporting, good scientific publication should be a transparent reporting. If you are finding that there is no changes, there is no improvement in the outcome, you report it as it is. For the sake of publication, for sake of getting reward, you should not manipulate, you should not fabricate, you should not falsify your findings. That is the important characteristics of publication, research publication. You should always publish accurate findings, accurate inference and interpretation, and you should have a good amount of discussion. What is the strength of the study? What is the weakness of the study? What is the scope of the study? What is the limitation of the study? That has to be discussed in the discussion chapter, and your conclusion should not be copied from other research. Your conclusion should be written based on the data, based on the findings, what you are getting out of your research. Then again, the publication, when you do, you have to follow certain publication guidelines as per the journal's guideline, as per the consult standard format. You have to publish or you have to report your research work. Then this consult, already I told you, consolidated standards of reporting trial is the standard format, internationally accepted guideline, internationally accepted format for publishing your randomized control trial, which will improve your quality of research publication, transparency of your data, completeness of your reporting. That is the reason we have to go for a publication through consult format. Then the purpose it will improve the clarity and the transparency of reporting. It reduces the reporting error or the bias, and again it allows the readers to critically appraise your research study in terms of validity as well as reliability. It ensures that the studies are replicated. When you publish, it will be replicated. That we commonly called as external validity, application, generalizability. Whether the research can be applicable in my setting. When I read that this same study, I can do it in my setting, I can do it in my practice, I can do it on my samples. Then again, it can improve the publication quality. The quality of paper, quality of manuscript will be a excellent quality, gold standard. That's the reason you have to go for use of consult checklist. These are consult checklist. Usually you have a title of your study, abstract, 150 words of abstract with the keywords. Then you will be having the IMRD format, introduction. Introduction will include background and the objectives. Material method will include your study design, sample size, what is your intervention, how you are randomizing the group into study group, control group, what is the methodology you are used for blinding, what statistical method you are using. That all comes under material and methods. Then for next you have a results. Results will be your findings, baseline data, baseline outcome and the research outcome, and what is the sampling, what is the statistical analysis you have used, what is the significance level, what are the difficulties you have faced, what is the adverse effect the patient has encountered, what is the adverse events has taken place. Everything has to be reported, because I said research you should not go for hiding any facts. You have to go for that is called as a good clinical practice, because if you are finding that adverse drug events was taken place, report it. Ultimately then the people who are using your findings, then they will be in taking care to ensure that things are not happened again. That is the result. Discussion you have to write it. Your discussion has to be written with your findings and compare it with other findings. What is your limitation, whether it can be applicable, that all has to be discussed in discussion content. Then you have to mention other information, that is your registration details, CTRA registration, clinical trial registration details, and your institutional ethics committee approval detail, and your protocol access. You can give the link that my protocol is available on this website, you can access. Then you have to mention who is your funding agency, source of funding also has to be mentioned under the other information. This is the standard format or the checklist which has to be used for publication. And again the consult flow diagram also has to be used for reporting your methodology. It is a visual representation of participant progress from your research work. That's why you have 4 categories. One is called as enrollment. Enrollment is nothing but you are assessing the eligibility of participant, and if you are finding that he is eligible to participate in your study as per your inclusion and exclusion criteria, you are including in your study. After inclusion of samples in your study, you are allocating them into study group and control group. That is called as a randomization into control group and study groups. Then you are implementing your intervention, and along with the intervention you are following the patient. You are following up the patient whether there is any adverse events and whether there is any dropouts. That is comes under follow-up. Then you are going after follow-up, whoever is completing your complete study, then what is the number is available, that number you are using for your data analysis. That is called as analysis. That is the enrollment, allocation, follow-up, analysis. This is the checklist. I said the Consult 2025 checklist, which is available in the website. It is the standard website, freely accessible checklist. 3 pages checklist are available. It can be downloaded, which will be used for writing your or publishing your research work. These I told the consult flowchart. Most of them might have seen when you are seeing your publication research article. This method you can see enrollment. You have to identify whether the participant is eligible to participate in my study. How many number of samples you have assessed. How many are eligible, how many are not eligible. Understanding. Then after eligibility, then you have to go for randomization. That comes under allocation, study group and control group. How many have received the treatment, how many have not received the treatment. Then you have to go for follow-up. Then you have to identify how many were there as a last to follow. That is commonly called as attrition. Then finally, once you have how many number is there throughout the study, then you get the final number. Your sample size may be 70 and final follow-up will be only 60. 10 might have dropped out. Then the 60 only will be used for data analysis. That is the 4 stages of consult flow chart, flow diagram for the participants inclusion in your randomized control trial, which is called as a consult flow diagram. Ultimately, the bottom line of this presentation, everybody knows research is a scientific process which has to be carried out in an organized and a systematic manner, which has to be useful, measurable and meaningful, which has to serve the purpose of the society. And whenever you are carrying out the randomized control trial, it has the ability to change the clinical practice, change the clinical policies, guidelines, procedure. That is the impact it has on the randomized control trial. It can able to improve the patient outcome as well as it can able to improve the quality of life. And again, whenever you are doing the randomized control trial, always follow the institutional ethics committee process. consider the good clinical practice and follow the good reporting guidelines, standard reporting guideline, which is called as a consolidated standards of reporting trials, which will ensure that your research is transparent, complete one, and it has a good scientific quality. Yeah, knowing at the end, knowing is not enough, we must apply, and willing is not enough, we must do it. It is not that we are knowing what is mean by randomized control trial. It is important that randomized control trial has to be carried out, has to be applied in the practice. And again, willing is not enough. I have an interest to do the randomized control trial. That is not enough because we have to do it. That's why knowing is not enough, we must apply, and willing is not enough, we must do it. And thank you for your all patience listening. That's about the randomized control trial and the gold standard of publishing the randomized control trial in the publication forum. And I will be happy to share if any participant is having any queries or clarification. I will be happy to answer. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Does anyone have any questions? Drop your questions in the chat box. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, so we'll move forward then. Thank you so much, sir, for your such a thought-provoking session. You have reminded us that excellence in research is built upon integrity, precision, and unwavering commitment to scientific truth. Your guidance has strengthened our confidence to conduct research with greater responsibility and purpose. We sincerely thank you for inspiring every researcher present today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, the principal, madam, and the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to present the topic. And I will be happy to participate in future events also. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, the participants.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to next session. Innovation ecosystems such as SSIP encourages researchers, students, and innovators to transform creative ideas into practical healthcare solutions through mentorship, funding support, entrepreneurship, and technology commercialization. To share valuable insights on this initiative, we are having today Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar, sir. But prior to the commencement of the session, I would like to take a moment to present the credentials of our respected resource person. Sir is a professor and head of pharmacognosy department at Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, Vadodara, Gujarat, with over 17 years of academic and research experience. Sir holds a PhD in pharmaceutical sciences and specializes in anti-cancer drug discovery from phytoconstituents, integrating molecular pharmacology, computer-aided drug design, that is CADD, and in vitro in vivo approaches. Sir also serves as the in charge of the Sumandeep Vidyapeeth Incubation and Innovation Center and is the SSIP coordinator of the university. Sir has published more than 100 articles in peer-reviewed journals, gained more than 1,000 plus citations, holds multiple patents, and actively contributes to scientific communities as an editor, reviewer, and resource person in national and international forums. I would now like to cordially invite Dr. Ghanshyam Parmar, sir, to deliver his session on SSIP Healthcare Innovation Acceleration Initiative. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for your nice introduction. So,
Thank you, sir.
yeah, so let me just share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
And I'm properly audible to all also.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes. So the topic assigned to me, that is SSIP, Healthcare Innovation and Accelerated Initiatives. So today in this session, we will understand what is a SSIP, how SSIP work, what is a eligibility criteria for the being a part of a SSIP or granting a fund from the SSIP, and some few or a few examples which is nowadays promising or nowadays in a demand in a healthcare innovation sectors. Well, I'll give you some ideas about also how a student can think and pursue or design ideas to get innovative link and innovative ideas from the different topics. Just a minute. I'll have important call. So let me just give you an overview about the SSIP. It's a policy, vision, and objective. The SSIP is actually a full form, which stands for the Student Startup and Innovation Policy. Okay, this is the flagship program which is launched by the Gujarat government in 2015, which main goal is to foster the entrepreneurship and innovation in higher education institutes. Okay, so in previously the policy was considered as a SSIP 1.0, which when it is launched in 2015. Later on 2023 and up to 28, this policy is considered as a SSIP 2.0. So now we are in a phase of SSIP 2.0. It is the second version of SSIP. So in this policy, mainly it is designed for the students who have innovative idea. So to foster these ideas and make the student as not a job seeker, but to develop a student or job giver. Okay, so by gaining the entrepreneurship knowledge and by innovative idea, student can become a entrepreneur, successful entrepreneur, and generate multiple jobs that can boost the GDP also, or boost our economy also, and become a self-dependent. So this program is mainly introduced for the enhancing funding, structural mentorship, and domain-specific acceleration. Okay, so there is in a government there are a specific pool of mentors who can guide you throughout your innovation journey. Okay, they will under this policy, student can get the funding of from 2 lakh rupees to the up to 30 lakh rupees based on the stage and TRL level of the innovation. Based on that, student can get the fund. This policy is mainly depend upon 4 main pillar, or I can say the core policy pillars, like ecosystem building, then financial support, IP knowledge protection, and industry mentorship. Among these 4 pillars, the main motive or the vision of this policy is to provide a established pre-incubation centers, technology business incubators throughout the state, or design a new incubator or deploy a new incubators in the institute also. Okay, so student can join these incubators and student can register their prototype in this incubator and develop a product up to the final stage, from prototype to the innovative product or a market viable product. So this is the main goal of this policy. Another goal is to provide a financial support. Okay. Under this policy, SSIP 2.0, which is currently running, and we are fortunate that Sumandeep Vidyapeeth is also a facilitate center for providing a SSIP grant to the student. Under this policy, any student who are either alumni, dropout, currently studying, any student can apply for the funding. So SSIP policy support up to a 2 lakh to 2.5 lakh rupees to the student for the development of a prototype or for the development of a proof of concept, or if you are at an ideation stage, even also if you have any idea, you want to convert idea into product, then also you are welcome for the seed funding. Okay. So I invite all the nursing students for their with their innovation to the incubation center, and we will help you out for providing a funding and gaining the your prototype journey starting. Another pillar of this policy is to IP knowledge and protection. If your idea is novel, okay, if your prototype is falling within the patentability criteria, then you must have to protect your idea or innovation. So keep in mind that this policy also help for protecting your protecting ideas in form of IPs. So dedicated IP cells of each institute have for patent filing, design registration, copyright support for the student innovator. Okay. Also in Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, we have IP cell, which is supported by the Guj Coast government of Gujarat. Under this cell, you can apply for the patent filing, drafting of the patent, okay, prior writing of the patent, patent search, everything you can go through this cell, and you can get the help from this cell. Another aspect of this policy is that industry mentorship. So SSIP government of Gujarat and have a wide range or wide pool of mentor in their networks. Okay. Not only from industry, also from academia and from healthcare, which whenever is yes, anything. Okay. So this pool of mentors can help you out at any stage where you stuck. So this is the benefit for the joining of any incubators or any if you are going through this policy, or if you are grantee of the grant, this SSIP grant, then you have advantages to take this kind of mentors. Even also not only industry, academic faculty can become a mentor in this under this policy. Just you have to register yourself in a SSIP website, then you can become the mentor for the any of the project, or whenever they require help of any mentor, they will contact you, and you can helping out them at if any project or any prototype stuck at any stage. The key objective of the SSIP policy is to democratize the healthcare innovations. So it enables the student across discipline to co-create affordable, scalable solutions addressing India's disease burden. Okay. So particularly SSIP also focus on these healthcare innovations, not only from the engineering side, also it help to the healthcare innovation also. That's why they provide us a center, so we can enable the student to think in affordable solutions. Accelerate time to market, okay, by compress the product development cycle instead of 2 to 3 years within a span of a year, and through the regulatory guidelines, clinical networks and agile prototyping lab, you can easily or speedily generate your prototype and you can deploy to the market within a short period of span. Also, this policy aligned with the nation mission like Ayushman Bharat, NADHM, then PM Devian, and filling the gap in primary healthcare diagnostic and telemedicines. Okay, so these are the mission where student can think if your prototype is aligned or your idea aligned with this mission, then you can easily get the grant or higher grant, not only from SSIP, other agencies like Nidhi Prayas and everything. You can get the higher grant also. Build a sustainable ventures, the main core aspect of this policy, which connect the student team with the angel network, venture capitalist, government procurements like GEM portal and everything. So any company or any startup get not fail at any stage. With the help of this kind of network like angel network, venture capitalist, okay, easy to access the GEM portal for buying and selling, for buying of any equipment, any instrument, and also that can sustain for a long-term commercial viability. So these are the key objective of the policy. So under this healthcare innovation, SSIP create a multi-layer of ecosystem, which uniting the universities, hospital, regulators, investors, and industry partner for the coordination of this innovation pipeline. Okay, so there are certain aspects that we can understand which help in a healthcare innovation, all that accelerate the initiatives like academic core, clinical partnership networks, incubation infrastructure, funding and investment ecosystems. Okay, under this, all these 4 objectives, this ecosystem can be, all healthcare innovation can be flourish at immense speed. Okay, so what are the basic need the healthcare innovation require that can be provided at academic level, like 3D bioprinter, PCR machines, IoT kits? This all can be available at many institutes, so any student can access this kind of facility through this network. SSIP have a partnership with the hospitals. Also, this offer the student innovator access to real patient workflow, identify the clinical data, physician mentor guide. All this can be possible. Also, the student can access the incubation infrastructures. Okay. Fortunately, in Vadodara, there is a largest incubation center of biotech incubation center relying in a Savli incubation, at Savli, which is known as a STBI, Savli Incubation Center, which is mainly lying in a biotech park at a Savli GIDC. Okay, so you can access that incubation center for your prototype development or if any innovation you require. Also, nearby institute like Charuset, then GTU, GMERS, then our Sumandeep Vidyapeeth Incubation Center is also one of the incubation center which are facilitated by the SSIP, where you can access a wet lab space, regulatory consulting. Okay, because healthcare innovation may require a strict regulatory under the strict regulatory guideline by the CDSCO like pre-class submission, class 2 and class 3. Okay. Under this ecosystem, if you require a quantum of funding, which is maybe you can access through the various government agencies like DST, Nidhi Prayas, BIREC, Big Grant, GVFL, National Angel Networks. All these are give you a quantum of higher funding. It is only possible if you are a grantee of a first SSIP. If you are grantee of SSIP, then it's easy to get access this kind of funding. Nidhi Prayas provide a grant of 30 lakh rupees if your product is viable to the market. BIREC provide a grant up to 1 crore to 2 crore for the development of a prototype, particularly in a diagnostic sectors. So this ecosystem also provides us a angel network where the private and government funding agencies are available to fund your project. So by this mean, the healthcare innovation can accelerated at the largest space or largest scale. So let's understand how this healthcare innovation pipeline, where from need to scale. In this pipeline, we need to first need identification, which can be only be possible by clinical immersion and disease burden data collection. Based on this data, we can identify what actually need is required. Okay, what research gap is available, how we can fulfill this gap, what is actually a problem. We can identify that problem, and according to the problem, we have to find the solution. So for that, first we have to change our perception. Okay, we need to think in a different way. Just keeping one thing in mind, that here in SSIP or any student startup or any startup innovation, you have to little bit of you have to think little bit other aspects, like you have to change your perception. In case instead of in case of you are thinking like a researcher, okay, you have to think like an entrepreneur. Then once you got the solution of the problem, then you have to move toward the innovation development. Once you identify the need, you have to move toward the innovation development, in which you have to develop your prototype. Now, what is prototype? Prototype is nothing but it is your working model. Okay. Or maybe sometimes it's not working also. It's just a model of your product or of your ideas. You have to step by step design your prototype. You may fail at any stage. Again, rethink, redesign your prototype and make it continuously validating and develop a product. At any stage, you find that my prototype will work or my prototype is working fully at full pace. Then you have to think about the IP filing. Now, your idea should be protected by this IP filing. If you have, you can go with the multiple IPs also, not a single IP, but you can go for a multiple IPs. Okay, you can go with the design patent, you can go with the full patent or a patent filing, you can go with the copyright also, trademark designing, trademark. So likewise, you have to think and protect your ideas first, then go to the market. before going market, you must protect your ideas. Say, for example, if I am developing any kit which is used for the diagnosis or pre-diagnosis of any either infectious disease or non-infectious disease. So before going to the market, I should have to protect my ideas for all the from all the aspects, like from designing aspects, from mechanism aspects, from working model, all the aspects I should have to think and protect by the IP. Then before deploying the product into the market, we have to think about the regulatory aspects. Like most of the healthcare innovation, particularly in diagnostic and other healthcare product or other healthcare innovation, require CDSCO approval. Or if you go for a before market, we have to approve for, or we have to go for clinical trial also. Once the finish this cycle, it may take up to 2 to 3 years for to all compliances of regulatory. After that, you have to scale the product in a larger scale production, and you have to move toward the commercialization of that product. Once you have commercialized or scale up your product, you have to think of not only to the domestic, you will have to also think about the global market also, or global expansion also. Okay. So these are the basic innovation pipeline of healthcare innovations, from need identification to the innovation development to the regulatory and market and to the scale up and impact. So now let's understand the innovation life cycle as well as the incubation and funding pathways, how a healthcare innovation follows a pathways where a successful innovation can be possible. So healthcare innovations follows a more complex life cycle than the general technology startup like engineering background and other startups. Okay. Healthcare innovation have some different pathways which require regulatory validations, where in engineering side that does not require any regulatory validation, though they have certain licensing but not stringent as compared to our healthcare guidelines. We need a clinical evidence. Also, we have to think about the patient safety first. So in this map or in this life cycle, we have you will have different stages of life cycle, from ideation to proof of concept to from proof of concept to the pre-incubation, then from pre-incubation to the incubation, and last for the market entry. So as per the Gujarat government policy SSIP 2.0, the ideation stage can also get the funding. The clinical immersion and need validation of your ideas. Sorry, there is a mistake. It not a 50,000. It's a 20,000 exploratory grant has been given to the ideation stage, and output must be validated problem statement. This ideation grant is been given mainly to the school students also, from 9 to 12 class students also get the innovation grant of rupees 20,000 from SSIP. At the higher education level, if you are developing a proof of concept, okay, bench type prototype or IP landscape search, you will get a grant up to 2 lakh to 2.5 lakh for POC grant and plus market space access. The output of this concept must be a working prototype, and you can go for the provisional patent also. So in this stage, the proof of concept, which called as a POC, in short, it is called as a POC. The proof of concept means you have idea in your mind and you want to prove this idea or validate this idea, is called as a proof of concept. So for that idea, you will get the 2.2 to 2.5 lakh rupees of grant from the SSIP. So you can convert into a working prototype and you can file for the provisional patent. And for provisional patent, SSIP provides 75,000 rupees of grant separately, other than this SSIP grant, for the filing of a patent. Once your prototype or a proof of concept has been validated, you can move toward the pre-incubation stage, where you can refine your prototype and ready for the regulatory strategy. For that, you have to incubate yourself in a larger incubator, like as I told you, an example of STBI, Savli Incubation Center, where you can get grant up to 10 lakh rupees, which is called as alpha prototype, which help you to finding a regulatory dossiers. Okay. Then once your alpha prototype is ready, you can go and for clinical pilots and company incorporation, you can generate your company, or by either you can go for LLP or either for private limited based on your structure. Okay. For that support, you can try for the grant of 25 lakh rupees from Nidhi Prayas, 50 lakh rupees a BIREC big grant, and high TBI residencies. These all grants are be able to fetch once you are enrolled in incubation, like STBI and government incubation, and if you are incorporated as a company. This will help you to regulatory approval and generate a first clinical evidence. Then you have to think of in last stage of this pathway is market entry. You have to launch your product. Then once the product is launched, you have to again think of a fundraising. You have to contact with the venture capitalist, angel investor, or even like a Shark Tank. Okay, you can contact them and you can fetch the grant. So output of this pathway is revenue generating startup, and you can also establish a company at this stage. I'm skipping this because I already explained it. So here in this pathway, the IP and regulatory pathways are most critical in healthcare innovations. So IP protection and regulatory compliances are the two most critical and most misunderstood aspects of healthcare innovations. So here SSIP support for the IP strategy or IP filing. Okay, you can go for the patent. You can file a provisional patent. In provisional patent, you have a grace period of 12 months. Okay. You have to keep in mind that if your idea is developed, आपको ऐसा लगता है कि मेरा आइडिया वर्क कर रहा है, from same day you have to file for the patent before it get exposed to the any public domain or anywhere else, or it can be leaked. The first step is to protect your idea. Once you find that my prototype is working, okay, so for that provision is that you can file for the provisional patent, which give you a 12-month of grace period. Along during this 12 month, you can generate a data, or you can develop your prototype and final go for a full patent filing. For that, SSIP provide a 100% of filing fees, like up to 75,000, which is the max fees for the filing of patent. So SSIP provide this full 100% fund. So patentable elements include drug formulations, device architecture, diagnostic algorithm, or manufacturing processes. All this can be patentable. If your prototype having a different designs, then you can register with the design registration, which protect unique visual and ergonomic features of the medical device and diagnostic equipments. Because in some case might be the shape of any instrument or shape of any parts are critical. You can protect that critical part by design registration. Okay, which is actually faster than this patent. You can get the patent registration within 6 to 12 months. And it provided protection of up to 10 years. Copyright and software, you can apply for the copyright. Say, for example, if you are developing any app, if you are developing any questionnaires, okay, you can protect under the copyright segment. You can register your copyright of your questionnaire, your diagrams, your code of your app, everything can be copyrighted. So health IT apps, IT diagnostic algorithm, telemedicine platform are protectable via copyright. Your source code will be protected. And the trade secrets like model, data sets can be protected. Another thing is trade secrets, where the manufacturing process and proprietary formulations that provide competitive advantages may be best protected as a trade secret. So it requires robust NDA and strict internal access control. I'll give you here example what is the meaning of trade secret, that everyone know about the Coca-Cola. Okay, so the recipe of Coca-Cola is a trade secret. So recipe of Coca-Cola was developed by the chemist, which is protected under the trade secret. No one knows. See, Coca-Cola is now expanded in many countries, almost all countries of the world. But till date, no one knows what is the formula of, or what is the recipe of a Coca-Cola. So that is protected under the trade secret. Similarly, like KFC chicken, the masala of KFC chicken is protected under the trade secrets. Okay. So similarly, a manufacturing process or proprietary formulation for cosmetic or anything, if you are providing any nutritional formulations, anything you have prepared, that can be protected under the trade secret. So no one can copy your formulas. Okay. By this way, you can protect your trade secrets. Along with that, we need to understand CDSCO regulatory pathways mainly for the medical devices. If you have an idea to generating, or if you have an idea to innovate a medical devices, then you need to have, or you must have a regulatory guideline. You must have understanding of this regulatory guideline for better outcomes. So there are 4 class of a regulatory guideline: class A, class B, class C, and class D. These classes are designed according to the risk. Low risk product, low to moderate risk, moderate high risk, and high risk product. According to that, the CDSCO approval has been given. In low risk, like surgical gloves, bandages, non-invasive monitoring accessories, these all are lies under the low risk product. So where no CDSCO submission required. Class B, low to moderate risk, like hypodermic syringes, non-invasive blood pressure monitoring machines, basic diagnostic kits. Okay, for that, it requires a 30 to 90 days review timeline, and third-party audit is required. While moderate high risk, like CT scanners, ventilators, implantable bone screws, these all are lies under the moderate high risk, where a clinical performance data is checked, reviewed by the CDSCO, and must be ISO 13485 certification is required. High risk, where the full, sorry, just a minute. High risk, where pacemakers, cochlear implants, HIV diagnostic kits, where a full approval with the clinical trial is required. So in IP life cycle of a healthcare startup, which is starting from, as we already discussed, from initial stage to need identification, invention disclosure, which take up to 1 or 2 months. Then IP landscape search, you have to search for the whether your product is patentable or not. It may take up to 2 to 3 months. Then you have to find for the provisional patent. After filing the provisional patent, you have to develop your prototype and regulatory compliances. Once the complete patent filing and CDSCO submission, it will take up to 12 to 18 months. After the grant and approval, you can launch your product for the commercialization. So this is the general life cycles or a span of a healthcare startup. After understanding this healthcare innovation and IPs and everything, there are some emerging aspects or emerging technologies and domains are available where you can think or you can get the idea to develop innovations. Okay. So India's healthcare system faces unique challenges that represent extraordinary innovation opportunities. Okay. We are the largest economy or largest populated country among the all other countries or in the world. So we have a lot of opportunity in all the aspects. Okay. So we can think of a different domain and we can get the innovative ideas which can subside the India's disease burden, also fill the infrastructure gaps, and can meet the global technology trends. So such domains like first is AI and machine learning in diagnostic. Artificial intelligence and machine learning is nowadays most demanding and most trending domain in healthcare industries, particularly in a diagnostic sectors. AI-powered diagnostic tools are closing the specialty gap in a rural India's. With application to like TB screening, diabetic retinopathy grading, ECG, arrhythmias detection, all this can be deployed in a low-cost Android device like mobile. By developing such product or such apps or technology, we can fulfill this gap. Just example that India has a 1:1700 radiologist to patient ratio. 1700 patient के सामने एक radiologist है. So there is a vast opportunity where you can think of use of AI in radiology area. Another aspect or another technology we can think of wearable health tech and IoMT, which called as a Internet of Medical Thing, which having the largest market of $14.9 billion by 2026. So student innovation in continuous glucose monitoring patch, non-invasive hemoglobin sensors, maternal health monitoring bands are gaining traction in both urban and rural development program. Telemedicine, digital health platforms are nowadays booming and nowadays expanding and have a lot of opportunity in this field. Because in a remote areas where the direct contact is not possible, so through this telemedicine and digital health platform, we can directly connect with these areas and give them the counseling, consulting, everything can be possible. Another domains like point of care diagnostics, where we can prepare a affordable and rapid diagnostic for the infectious disease, non-infectious disease. Okay. We can prepare a paper microfluidic for sepsis biomarker, isothermal nucleic acid amplification for TB, smartphone integrated hematology analyzer. So these kind of innovation can or point of care diagnosis can be possible in a healthcare domain. You might be surprised that India's one of the leading company, which is lie in Vapi, which is the first company, which are number one company, which providing a rapid diagnostic kit to the many countries. Okay. I forgot the name of that company, but which is the number one company which provide the rapid diagnostic kit for the malaria, dengue, falciparum. Okay. All this kit can be easily and affordable at the affordable prices. You can think of a medical device and biomaterial for a low-cost surgical instrument, indigenous prosthetics using bamboo composites, biomaterials, affordable neonatal care equipment, single-use device for the infection prevention. This can be of a opportunity in medical device and biomaterial sector. Mental health and wellness tech, okay, by using of NLP, natural language processing, you can prepare a chatbot, a wellness chatbot, gamified CBT platform for adolescents, and early psychosis detection using speech pattern analysis. all this can be possible in this domain. You have to just think, you have to change your perception so that you can think of a new innovation in your domain. You have to first look at yourself and you have to think of what is my specialty, what is my expertise, and how I'm looking the society. Once you change your perception, you will find a lot of problem. Identify that problem, focus a single problem, try to find the solution, what possible and affordable solution is there. Try to prepare a canvas of how you think and how you can design a product which can help you to solve this problem. Then go for this kind of policies and incubators and ask for the funding. So this is the basic fundamental aspects of healthcare innovation. You can think like that and you can get succeed. These are some examples or a case study of a affordable from Indian startup to the global startup, where one is a Agatsa or a Sanket Life portable ECG, where this credit card size portable device is used for the monitoring of ECG, which is developed by the IIT Delhi students. They raised the $1 million. Now they are deploy this product to the across 25 states. Okay. If we think like ECG, we see like in our mind that ECG is a big machine with a lot of wires and everything and patch and everything. But by using this smallest device in a mobile, you can record the ECG and get the idea. So mainly it is an affordable solution at a price at the familiar reference point, unlock rapid mass adoption. Another innovation, which is called as a Remido, which is developed with the AIMS collaboration, which is actually an AI fundus camera. So fundoscopy machine is a quite costlier, high cost equipment. So with the help of mobile camera, by taking the picture of eye, and we can predict the diabetic retinopathy grading. Okay, so this is the coolest innovation with the AIMS collaboration. Another innovation called as Nova Biomedics, which is a affordable neonatal warmer. As we know that the neonatal hypothermia causes the 25% of neonatal death in rural Indias. So this affordable warmer can protect or can with no electricity and maintain at 36 to 37 degrees Celsius up to 6 hours and reusable up to 200 times, which cost around 8,500. So this kind of innovation you can think and you can develop by yourself. I'm just skipping it. I already explained this, what university or innovation have ecosystem, which can this framework can help the students. The basic roadmap for an idea to impact, it's required to discover the ideas. Then you have to define a need statement and market sizing. Once you done this, you have to design your prototype, develop it, and deploy it. So this is the basic roadmap for the student for successful startup. What are the essential skill, additional skill you can require for the successful or successful entrepreneur or to get the ideas? you must have to have a design thinking or human-centered design. Okay. Certain thing like you have a health data science and AI knowledge, like you can learn the Python, TensorFlow, PyTorch to analyze the healthcare data. For that, you can contact various agencies and you can learn from these agencies. You need to understand the healthcare business modeling, how healthcare business is working, how to make it sustainable, how to procure instruments from the government portal, hospital committee, insurance policies, reimbursement dependency. All this little bit of idea you must gain from the internet or from the various sources. And also you must have understand the regulatory compliances also, that already we discussed. So now we have to make the strategy from call to action. Okay. So what student can do, as I already explained, okay, they have to visit the hospital, they have to change the perception, and you have to design ideas. What faculty can do? Faculty can support the student for filing patent by creating a boot camp or by generating a workshop and seminars. Okay. Institute also facilitate the facilities like incubation center and everything, providing the easy access to hospitals. Okay. These are the actions which are required, though successful startup can be possible. So my key message to all the students that innovation is not a department, it is a responsibility. In healthcare, it is a moral imperative. Okay. By this, I am concluding my session. And if you have any question, you can ask me the question.
Does anyone have any questions? If you have any questions, you can ask her directly or drop your questions in the chat box. If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay.
You can directly contact at the Department of Pharmacy, the second floor where the incubation center is residing. So all the students are welcome to visit the incubation center. If you have query at the time visit, you can feel free to ask.
Sir, very good evening, sir. This is nursing principal here.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening.
Thank you so much, sir. Really, it's very clear and very beautiful session. It was very interesting also. And a lot of our PG students, they were attending this session. We also having some proposals from our college. Hopefully in coming days, now, sir, we will come and approach you. Please give a guidance and we will proceed further with this SSIP, sir.
Most welcome, ma'am.
It's really a good session, sir. There are a lot of examples you have given about prototypes, no? It really helpful. So definitely we will take this example and we will proceed further, sir, in future. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Should I leave, ma'am?
Priya?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sir is asking question, please.
Yes, sir.
May I leave the session or is anything left?
No, sir. Only just vote of thanks is there. Yes, sir. You can.
Okay,
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for ending today's scientific sessions on such an inspiring note. Your words have encouraged us to believe that every great innovation begins with a simple idea, a determined heart, and the courage to take the first step. Thank you so much, sir, for reminding us that with the right guidance and opportunities, our ideas have the power to create meaningful change in healthcare. We are deeply grateful for your encouragement and inspiration. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Bhumika madam and principal ma'am for inviting me for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now, as we come to the close of this inspiring day of learning and knowledge sharing, it is only fitting that we pause to acknowledge and thank all those whose dedication, expertise, and unwavering support have made this workshop a truly memorable experience. With great pleasure, I now invite Associate Professor Sumandeep Nursing College to present a vote of thanks and brings today's national level e-workshop to a graceful conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. A very good evening to everyone. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Sumandeep Nursing Parivar. Today has been a truly enriching and inspiring day. We are grateful to all our esteemed resource persons. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed resource persons, Dr. Ramesh sir, Dr. Harish sir, Dr. Pooja ma'am, Dr. Siva Balan sir, Dr. Ghanshyam sir, for their enlightening and inspiring session, which greatly enriched our understanding of grants, AI, patents, and clinical research. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Anita Prakashan ma'am, Principal Sumandeep Nursing College, for her motivating keynote address and constant encouragement. A special word of thanks to our respected university authorities for their continuous support in organizing this national level workshop. I sincerely appreciate the efforts of organizing committee members, faculty members, staff, volunteers, and students whose dedication ensured the smooth conduct of this event. A special thanks to IT team from university and college. While we are talking about artificial intelligence, they have used their natural intelligence before it convert into the problem. And finally, my heartfelt thanks to all the participants for your enthusiastic presence virtually. And today's workshop proved that while we may be miles apart, but learning always brings us together. We look forward to meeting you again in many more academic journeys. Until then, keep learning, keep questioning, and keep inspiring others. As you walk out today, don't just carry the certificate, but carry a purpose that reminds you why you begin, a curiosity that keeps you learning, and a dream that someday your research will touch lives beyond your imagination. So feedback link that will be shared in your WhatsApp group. It's a kind request to fill it up, and the certificates will be sent to your registered mail ID by tomorrow. So once again, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.